A very warm welcome to the STARTS Day. Please, a round of applause. Today we're embarking on a journey to retell the story of technological progress, not as an inevitable force, but as something that's shaped by human decisions, by desires, by interests, and my personal interest, also by policy and regulation. We're going to challenge the notion that technology advances on a fixed path, and instead we will highlight initiatives that have opened up new directions, that have the potential to reshape the digital landscape, and with it, our social, economic, and political realities. As we look across Europe, and I'm still thinking about the elections that happened in Germany last week, it's clear that we are at a pivotal moment. There are rising political tensions, a rise of the far right, economic uncertainty heightened by a cost of living crisis, geopolitical pressures, and we're still recovering from the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. So there's an immense pressure on the incoming Commission to safeguard its values and safeguard Europe's future. I think for technology, that could mean two things. On the one hand, we could see a continuation of the last few years, where regulation and innovation policy has tried to sort of round the edges of a technological paradigm that is shaped by a handful of tech companies that have accumulated unprecedented power and wealth. That's one path. We could also radically rethink our approach. Europe could craft a much more independent and sustainable digital future by prioritizing workers, people's rights, equity, and sustainability. I do think that Europe can lead the way in digital innovation that serves not just the market, but democracy and the public good. So that's what today's discussions and insights will help us explore. How we can harness this momentum to build a digital future that is more equitable, more resilient, and capable of weathering the challenges ahead. My name is Frederike Kaltheuner, and it's my real absolute pleasure to host the conference Start Day today. I've spent the last 12 years working at the intersections of emerging technology, policy, and geopolitics, always with a focus on interventions that can shape technology in the public interest. I'm here in my personal capacity, but I also lead the Europe and global governance work of the AI Now Institute that's based in New York. And we are soon going to publish a report that's designed to shape Europe's nascent industrial policy strategy on AI. And we want to challenge the idea that Europe needs to spend billions to compete in a global AI arms race. So if you're interested in that, do stay tuned. So throughout the day, we'll hear from diverse voices representing business, industry, civil society, government, and grassroots initiatives, and the arts. The idea is that different perspectives brought together in unexpected constellation will form a rich, multi-voiced narrative. And it's through these collaborations that we can envision new ways of acting, and we hope that you leave this day with a sense of optimism and hope. I really want to invite you to think of today as a day of possibility, and we invite you to engage with these ideas and practices as they are presented, as we collectively rethink about the role that technology can take in shaping a more equitable and hopeful future. So thank you for being here, and I look forward to an inspiring day ahead. I'm also very pleased to introduce Peter Vries, who's sitting down here. He's a senior official at the European Commission at DG Connect. He's working on innovation in social media and the STARTS initiative on science, technology, and the arts. He's also currently really interested, he just told me, in public interest AI and what that could look like in practice in Europe. A very warm welcome to Peter Vries.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you very much, House Electronica Festival. Thank you very much, Frederike. So my name is Peter Fries. I work for the European Commission, DG Connect, and I'm running the so-called STARTS program, Science, Technology, and the Arts in plural. The program is about 10 years old, and already 10 years ago we were talking about digital transformation, and I think we are still in this transformation, it's ongoing. And 10 years ago, the idea was to say, how can we do it differently? And the idea was, if you start to integrate persons, minds who are creative, think differently, question solutions, not go for technology only, it might help us to come up with different, more sustainable innovations, which maybe also reflect more the European values. The program is established, and we have a yearly STARTS Day. I'm pleased that this year, the STARTS Day goes beyond the other ones, because we don't need to justify STARTS. What we want to do is to say, there's questions about our society, Frederike was indicating, about the use of AI, about the climate change, war, etc., competition. And it's a race, and it's not getting easier. What is necessary is to say, if we go only fast, we will not succeed. We need to think and do it differently. In Europe, we are always convinced we need to do the European way. I think there are people here from other continents, there might be the similar thinking somewhere else. If you want to do it differently in Europe, we root back to culture, our democratic values, a certain perspective of we see humanism, and the existence of humans on this planet, also knowing that humans are not the only living beings and beings on this planet. So what I'm really pleased, I'm looking forward to this interesting day, is to say, what we discussed today is to carve out something which we can pass on. Frederike was mentioning there have been many elections on national and European level. From the European Commission, we are soon going to establish or nominate the new commissioners, which will settle also the new policies. There has been guidelines from the newly confirmed President, Ursula von der Leyen. And we need to take it up. And there are questions. And I think if this day and this critical reflection, stepping out or back, but then also stepping forward, can contribute to interesting statements, which we can take for ourselves, but also shout it out to the world, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Anyone who has spent any time in Brussels will inevitably have met Paul Nemitz. He is the principal advisor on digital transformation at DG Justice and Consumer Policies in the European Commission. His responsibilities cover the triangle between democracy, the rule of law, and technology. Please welcome Paul Nemitz, who will deconstruct the idea that an innovative and good future will emerge from artificial intelligence. He will also defend the role of regulation in shaping the trajectory of technology.
Thank you very much for the invitation. For me, it's a first in Linz and also in the context of culture and technology. I would like to start with a few words about Austria. Because from a European perspective, Austria is the hotbed of a new democratic, critical practice of AI. In contrast to the Frankfurt School and its critical theory, this new Vienna School is not primarily concerned with theory, but with the practice of shaping the new digital world with its power imbalances and new risks for fundamental rights of people, democracy, and the rule of law. The practice to be shaped by this new Vienna School is the practice of technology and business models of AI and the digital. The common concern of the members of the Vienna School is a humanistic one. The human being as a person, endowed with comprehensive and unbreakable fundamental rights, with an unpredictable life, full of rationality and irrationality. And yesterday we have learned at the opening that also modern physics, quantum physics, is unpredictable. So the future is open, both the human future and the technological future, and not deterministic. The human with a biological body and an imagination that is unique to everyone and to the human. And all this shall not be the object of domination by technology, monopolistic corporations, or the state. But humans shall be able to live their life free, with joy, in all its fullness and individuality, and collective in democracy, self-determination, thus a social context among fellow human beings. With studies by Wolfi Christel and others on the networks of control, the Vienna School has advanced the empirical study of the domination and manipulation of humans by digital systems. Sarah Spiekermann, professor from the Vienna University of Economics and Business, is a world-leading scientist and author known for technical standards such as value-based engineering for ethical artificial intelligence. I know we have some heads of SMEs here in the audience, and Sarah Spiekermann has developed the P7000 standard with the Institute of Electrical and Electric Engineering, the biggest engineering association in the world, 400,000 members, seated in America, but really a world organization. She is placed in Vienna. Barbara Preinzak is the chairwoman of the Ethics Committee of the European Commission. It's an advisory body which has contributed important thinking to the relationship between democracy and technology. Max Schrems and his Vienna-based NGO None of Your Business, NOYB for short, of which I'm happy to say I was a co-founder, are driving the enforcement of the EU's General Data Protection Regulation through their strategic litigation and also their educational work. If you want to know anything about the enforcement, about the application of any article of GDPR, go to the GDPR hub of NOYB and you will find the best up-to-date information in terms of individual cases of data protection authorities, jurisprudence or guidelines on these articles. The GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, has always applied and will always apply to artificial intelligence when it processes personal data. And that is often the case, also in an interactive art project, when they collect and process data which identify individuals or allow to identify them. While the new EU's AI regulation, which is just on the books now, has yet to show what effective benefits it has for the protection of democracy, fundamental rights, and the rule of law, we already know today that GDPR has a very significant protective effect in relation to AI, because we have already decisions of data protection authorities, for example, in Italy, where Francesca Bria comes from, who will be on the panel later, which have applied AI to the most, have applied GDPR to the most advanced AI, of which we know today, which is of course ChatGPT. As to the rule of law, a comprehensive legal commentary on the new AI regulation is published by Christiane Wendehorst, Deputy Director of the Institute for Innovation and Digitalization of Law at the University of Vienna, headed by Nicolas Forbo. Vienna University of Technology is also leading a major worldwide recognized project of digital humanism, which brings together academics and practitioners from enterprises and the public authorities. Their aim is to design new technologies and AI in a human-centered way. The city of Vienna, public authorities are working on the Viennese method, which should allow technologies in the city to be systematically aligned with the values of stakeholders. And my bet is that Vienna will become the front runner in using AI in public authorities in Europe very soon. I would also count among the group of the new Vienna School journalists such as Ingrid Brodnik. She has called for a public social network, taking the example of public TV and saying, well, public TV was the source of political information in the 50s, in the 60s, and the 70s. Now 80% of our population get their political information from social networks, so let's also have a publicly regulated social network. Klaus Unterberger at ORF, the Public Value Director, or Armin Turner, the publisher of the Falter, who is also very active in European media policy. All these are part of the Vienna School. But the impact of the critical Vienna School extends beyond law, politics and journalism to the business and tech world, spurred on by the massive criticism of the often unlawful use of personal data. The company Mostly AI in Vienna, Mostly AI, the name of the company, has as its core the development of synthetic data that cannot be tracked back to natural persons, while for purposes of research and business activities, it can be used in the place of personal data. So what we see here is a hub of creativity, of thinking about the new challenges of digital, which also leads to new revolutionary technological innovations such as synthetic data, which can be used to program AI. So no need anymore to use personal data, and this is of course very, very important if it is possible to replace personal data, for example, in the health sector. If we can build models on which we can try out medicine like on a human but without personal data, it's a fantastic progress for science and will accelerate innovation of medicine. The more we can replace personal data, which is collected by the massive surveillance industry around Facebook, Google, and Amazon from individuals by artificial data, the less data protection issues we will have in society. Thus, there will be less control and manipulation by the big collectors of persons, and the business models will be more in line with fundamental right to data protection, which we have in Europe. There are certainly many more players in the ecosystem of Vienna and Austria for the School of Democratic Critical Practice of AI that I could and should have mentioned here. My point is mentioning names to show how we live, how we shape the future, depends on people and their engagement. It is people who imagine alternatives based on criticism of the existing and the imagination of the better. The idea that an innovative future will emerge from artificial intelligence, or that the use of artificial intelligence will automatically lead to more innovation and creativity, is misguided. AI is based on the utilization of data from today and yesterday. An algorithm based only on empirics will never have the discontent that drives people to seek the better. This algorithm works with empirical data, which by definition is from today and yesterday, it's old data, will never have the innovative imaginations that humans possess. We can imagine the non-existent in our brains. These machines can't. That is so because imagination of the new is never only based on past empirics. Philosophy has told us that we cannot draw conclusions about what should be, namely normative conclusions, from what is, namely empirics. And it is precisely this inability to produce normative and imaginative results based on imagination of the non-existent. I'm not talking about mixing the data from yesterday with some arbitrary elements and then, something looks new. But I'm talking about the intentional imaginative result is one of the limits of AI. It can neither produce norms, which are very important for society and technology to function, nor can it really create something new that goes beyond extrapolation or a randomly generated new mixture of the existing. In dealing with the technology of AI, we are reconsidering what it is that makes us human and essentially distinguishes us from technological systems. We can use the power of imagination to imagine ways into the future, things, art, culture, that do not yet exist and never have, and are not just a remix of the present. We can enter into reciprocal emotional and political relationships that will bring about revolutions and reshape society. It's humans which count. Democracy can only work with people, and talking down democracy is one of the marketing sales arguments of the neoliberal technological elite. The right-wing tech fractions in America in particular, represented inter alia by Petia and his creatures, dream of a world in which humans and democracy play no role anymore, demand no higher wages, make no rules of progressive taxation of income of corporations and their profits, or otherwise constrain the ability of the techno-capitalistic elite to maximize profits. It is time for us to stand up for the primacy of democracy over technology and business models in the age of AI, and to develop this primacy further. This is not just about defending democracy against techno-hybris and authoritarian warlords like Putin, who have completely understood that, I quote Putin, you dominate the world if you dominate AI, and their fake news-driven propaganda produced also with the help of AI. It is about constantly rethinking and asserting the democratic right to shape how we want to live. It is a way of life we are defending against totalitarian ambitions, whether they are driven by an absolutist political vision like that of the Chinese communists, or that of tech absolutism like it comes from many in Silicon Valley. Let us remember that the law, which is binding also and especially for the most powerful in government and business, is the most noble speaking act of democracy. Where laws are no longer made that set the framework for power, democracy is on a bad way. Let us hope that the US elections help to regain democratic leadership in the US, which is able to impose those limits necessary on technological capitalism going wild, which are necessary to safeguard democracy and fundamental rights and individuals all over the world in the future. To be very clear, the fact that we make the rules in Europe and Washington is not able to make those rules because the democracy is not able to deliver is not a good thing. The world would be better and the transatlantic relationship would be better if America would make the rules which democracy requires in its own democratic processes for its tech giants. The change of vibe in American politics, which we are witnessing right now, is also a testimony to how people and democracy make a difference. And this change of vibes has not been brought about by AI and tech absolutism. It's a fantastic example of how the future is open and not determined. Against this backdrop, the European Union's AI regulation is a good start and an example. Alongside the GDPR, the Digital Service Act, and the Digital Markets Act, the AI Act is another first global precedent that it is possible to democratically contain the power of technology and its business models, some of which are harmful because they manipulate and create dependencies. We cannot say it enough. The regulation of the digital and AI is centrally about the allocation of opportunities and risks in our society and about the power in the state. This is why digital and AI policy must not be left to the engineers, not to the computer scientists alone and other experts. After all, internet, AI, and digital policy is societal policy with implications that go far beyond the areas of technology and business and concern everyone. That it is why it's so important for culture and cultural policy to take a close look at these issues. It is not just about the question of how we can ensure the survival of the fourth estate, namely journalism in the state, the press and the journalistic media, in the face of concentration of advertising business and content distribution channels, and increasingly also production of news content, now with ChatGPT in particular, at big tech companies like Google Alphabet and Facebook Meta. It's of course dramatic that the channels of distribution of opinions which create our basis for participation in democracy are now in the hands of these American giants who have no ambition to truth, like at least ethical journalism has. It is crucial for democracy to secure the livelihood and independence of journalists and strong journalistic institutions. This must be done in such a way that they continue, namely the journalists, to exercise their function of controlling power effectively, whether private and public power. No ambition to control power in Google or Facebook. They want to gain power. Or Mr. Musk, they have no ambition to control power in a democratic way like journalists do. And the key instrument for this is not less law, but more law and more public investment. The freedom of the press and its independence does not exist without law securing it. And the economic basis for the press has been stolen by Facebook, Google, and other protagonists of digital capitalism, which have no ambition to control power, but want to seize power themselves. It is only law and acts of democracy which can avoid this danger to democracy and freedom. The new law in California, which obliges Google to pay for the local press, is a first step in the US, following examples in Australia and Canada, but only in the state of California. But what Google pays is far too low for what is necessary to restore local journalism in the state of California. Local journalism has died in America, and in Europe it is in the course of dying. It is crucial for democracy to have a large and strong cultural class in order to constantly reinvent and advance innovation, modernity, humanity, the good life in our society, beauty, but also to make problems in our society be visible. Art reminds us that we can see things differently and that it is humans, namely the artists, which count. Art can be a tool of criticism and enlightenment, a driver to keep our minds open, to inspire our imagination and ability, which is unique to the human, which technology doesn't command. Art can demonstrate potentialities and make visible the invisible. It is vital and it is a necessary part of a free society. Technology itself does not invent the language it needs to describe its inventions, wrote the literary scholar and president of the German Research Foundation, Wolfgang Frühwald. We should remember this when expropriating is praised as necessary way forward to let AI thrive. Attacking the intellectual property protection of works of literature, visual and performing arts on a sufficiently high level of creation, with the argument that the intellectual property rights of the creators stand in the way of the development of AI, and I quote Mark Andreessen from the venture capital firm Horowitz Andreessen, it would be much too expensive for the AI developers to pay all the owners of intellectual property. So intellectual property stands in the way of the development of AI, and therefore basically proceeding to a simple expropriation, and copying such works is nothing else than expropriation without compensation. Only under communism and in fascist regimes was expropriation without compensation carried out and by force. It is not only the downfall of the rule of law if existing rights are abolished without compensation, it is also economically wrong. Because the creators of cultures, and of course also the innovators of technology who obtain IP rights on their technology, are millions. and are the largest economic sector that Europe has to offer. None of the beauty and goodness that surround us, and none of the technology which drives our economy would exist without intellectual property protection of works which contain a sufficient level of human creativity. And democracy would not and will not exist without creators protected by law in their independence and in their works of art and their works of science and technology. Because it is people that count in democracy and in art and in the innovation of technology. People whose rights and freedoms are protected by law. And it is the art of free and protected artists which reminds us that the future is open and not predetermined, not by absolutistic ideologies of historical determinism like Stalinism, and not by artificial intelligence calculations of likelihood and stochastic mathematics. Art reminds us that the future is open because of human imagination and invention, which is not limited to technology, but encompasses all aspects of human life, how we live individually and together, how we deal with each other, shape politics, make war or peace, spread love or hate. And there's nothing to suggest that AI, as distinguished from humans, will ever reach such a level of creation. And even if it ever would, it would not be in the public interest to expropriate the human creators and no longer protect them. Because there is no humanity in the world and no world in which humans can live well without human creation and human self-determination and control, which is protected by law. Fortunately, expropriating artists was not the legislative intention of the AI Act. On the contrary, and thanks to the democratic decision-making process, the European Parliament enshrined in it that the AI Act serves fundamental rights and that the producers of AI must disclose the works used for training of AI. This regulation will thus have to be interpreted in such a way that it really helps rights holders in practice, because this provision is intended to protect their rights by making it possible to enforce their rights against AI producers who steal protected content for their training purposes. This provision, as well as the fundamental rights impact assessment for artificial intelligence introduced by the European Parliament in the AI Act, show the real benefits of democratic legislation of fundamental rights. They show the benefits of democracy in action. The representation of the people, the European Parliament, has added these protections to the law for the people, protections that were initially not proposed by my authority, the executive, the European Commission. And in the European Commission, we are proud to be part of a lawmaking mechanism where we make proposals, but the people decide in co-decision through their ministers from the states and through a parliament which represents the people. And this is not just legitimation by procedure. I have given you an example how the law in substance has really become better because of democratic process. All AI that is used in Europe will have to comply with the provision of the AI regulation. So we are not just obliging European companies, we are obliging everyone who brings AI on the European market. So there is no disadvantage of competition of our companies with companies elsewhere in the world who develop AI. If they want to bring their AI on the European market, they have to comply with our rules. Even for a high-risk AI, the AI regulation essentially only makes it a legal obligation to do what is part of engineering professional responsibility and part of professional ethics of the engineers. The claim that this is a case of over-regulation is therefore misguided and only exposes a worldview in which the power of money and technology rule everything hand in hand and are no longer subject to any binding rules. This worldview is a danger to democracy because it denigrates democracy in the same way that democracy is denigrated by the war of Putin against democratic values in the Ukraine. Democracy thus today finds itself caught between technological absolutism and neoliberal tech fantasies of singularity and post-humanity on the one hand, and the autocratic, dictatorial endeavors of the radical right in Europe, and also the radical right in the US, right through to the ambitions of Putin and Beijing on the other hand. Tech absolutism and autocratic ambitions reinforce and support each other, as we can see in China, where the most advanced AI is used to suppress the people. And when we look at who in the US supports Trump. We must see and speak out loud and clear about this unholy alliance, which in the end will only serve the interest of the very few and which spreads a societal climate of intolerance and suppression, not good for the people, not good for culture, not good for arts, not good for technological innovation. Democracy means openness to the other, the ever new, the path towards change. This gives it a vibrant culture, a scene set by people decentralized, diverse and creative, independent and not instrumentalized. Not by democracy, not by technology, not by business interest. In the age of AI, being an instrument must not become human destiny. The new absolutist powers of technology spend a lot of money to make artists play with AI to show its potentials. Artists who accept this money must think about their responsibility. Are they becoming marketeers of an absolutistic technological worldview in which humans are controlled and manipulated through AI and which is controlled by a few? And a world in which there is a potential that many people who are creative human beings but make their livelihoods in jobs which can be taken over by AI will lose their income. In the same way, engineers who develop and work with AI have a responsibility to think about the impact of what they do on democracy and fundamental rights. And so I would say artists have that responsibility too. The time of the innocent playing around with AI, because it's such a fascinating new thing, is over. It's a tool of power which brings huge profits to a few who develop and control this tool, which may create hardship to many. It's not me who says AI is like atomic power, it's Bill Gates and Elon Musk. Atomic power being a great source of energy, but also the atomic bond. If you want to know what impact the AI will have on people, look at the tech companies themselves today, which develop and control AI. 173,000 people in the US tech industry lost their job in 2023. In 2024, already more than 90,000 people were fired by big tech in the US. Of course, tech companies know best how to use AI to replace people, and they do this with rigor. Also in Europe, where, however, we have no consolidated figures yet, as they are only unfortunately produced in the US, we are fragmented in this matter. And this is only the beginning. Once the knowledge on how to replace people by AI spreads from tech industries to other industries, the numbers will get much higher. Democracy must find a response to this. Only referring to the history, which has always created new jobs parallel to technological progress, this time will not be enough. Because AI is a revolution of problem solving and which can be used as a general purpose technology like electricity in all areas. It is distributed globally via the internet and driven by electricity, but in contrast to those technologies, it had no initial design for decentrality. The internet was initially designed to empower people for decentrality. AI from the outset is a product and created with the intention of having the one AI which will dominate everything else. From the outset, the declared aim was to come to the one, the best, the dominant AI. And indeed, today already, much faster than the centralization process of the internet and software infrastructures on the internet, we see a total centralization of AI with less than 10 models dominating, mostly produced and run in intransparency by big tech. But what we want in Europe is an AI that is an instrument of the people, for the people, decentral, with innovation distributed in all regions of Europe and also to SMEs, and an instrument that is subordinated to human existence, to human thinking, human imagination, and does not trick humans by only appealing to its libido and cutting out the thinking. The libido meaning the impulse buying on the internet, the fast conversion of people to click when they see something. And we want AI to be an instrument that functions according to the rules that we humans decide in democratic process, and that do not allow AI and the companies that control AI to undermine culture and human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now invite our panelists to the stage. Francesca, Bria, Jillian, York, and Christoph, Knogler. So a very warm welcome to our panelists who don't actually need an introduction. In the unlikely chance that you have not encountered her groundbreaking work, allow me to introduce Francesca Bria on the right. Francesca is the president of the Italian National Innovation Fund. She serves on the board of Italy's public broadcaster. She's also an honorary professor at UCL and plays a key role in the new European Bauhaus initiative. Formerly Barcelona's chief digital officer, she co-founded the Cities Coalition for Digital Rights and has advised the UN on digital cities. I could go on and on and on. We're very thrilled to have you here today. Please give an applause for Francesca. Jillian York, in the middle, is a writer and activist whose work examines the impact of technology on society and cultural values. She's the director for International Freedom of Expression at the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and the author of Silicon Values, The Future of Free Speech Under Surveillance Capitalism, published with Verso in 2021. If you haven't read her book, I highly recommend it. Please welcome Jillian York. Christoph Knogler is the CEO of the Kebra Group, a global technology company based here in Linz. Before becoming the CEO in 2023, congratulations, Christoph led Kebra's energy automation business unit, and he has a background in automotive engineering and global marketing. A warm welcome for Christoph as well. So we just heard from Paul Nemitz, who on the one hand expressed some optimism about public sector uses of AI and the ability of synthetic data to challenge data monopolies, but he also really warned about competing in an AI arms race or throwing billions into AI in the hope that just by investing in AI we'll have a different digital future. So in this panel we want to go a bit deeper and also a little bit further and really interrogate what does change look like in a context that is dominated by a handful of powerful tech companies. So the status quo is clearly bad for democracy, for workers, for rights. I also don't think it's ideal for the economy, and I'm interested to hear what Christoph has to say. So the question is breaking up big tech enough to get a different outcome? So we'll hear a short statement from each of our speakers who will present their perspective on the topic. And afterwards, we'll have a discussion, and we'll also reserve 10 minutes at the end where you can ask your questions. So, Francesca.
Okay, thank you very much. Great to be in Linz again. Very happy. So Paul gave a very passionate speech, like always, and very much in defense of European constitutional rights, as is expected from him. I mean, one of the main people in Brussels behind the GDPR. And I think I feel an urgency to move beyond a perspective of Europe talking about regulating something, anything. I think at this point, and I was one of the people really engaged in all the regulatory process in Europe, so I kind of like, I'm not a person that believes that if you regulate, you block innovation. I'm actually a person that believes that with the right regulation, you enable a new type of innovation. But I think the time is over. It is really over. I mean, I say this very passionately as well and very seriously. And maybe it's because my trajectory have been too long advocating in this field that Europe needs to carve out an independent path in the digital age. Because it is not enough anymore to say we do not like Silicon Valley. I mean, obviously, we do have a big problem with what's happening on social media. We do have a big problem with concentration of power in such unprecedented way. Industrial power, economic power, democratic power, social power. Yes, we do. And we do also have a big problem with unregulated capitalism based on surveillance, mass surveillance of people. Yes, we do have a big problem. It is true that we also have a big problem to look at a centralized communist party that's governing all of the citizens and then score us based on good behaviors. Yes, we do have a big problem. But what are we for? What is Europe capable of doing? That's what I think we're missing. And that's, you know, that's, I think, for me, the most important point for the new Commission is please get Europe together and move from regulation to action now. Like, no excuses. Oh, yes, we have 27 member states. We know. Oh, this is very difficult to agree on anything. We know. Yes, we have the war at the center of Europe. Yes, we know. We have a lot of problems with immigration. Yes, we know. We have more poverty. Yes, we know. And that's why we need to act. You know, that's not a reason to put all the time this question of fundamental digital infrastructures, critical infrastructures of our time, always in the back. Yeah, maybe some techies will think about it. Yeah, maybe some activists will do something. Thank you, Signal. Thank you, Signal. It's enough. Like, we want elected politicians, our institutions, to take this topic seriously. I'm sorry, I'm getting heated. It's very hot in Linz today, but I'm really a bit passionate on this topic because I think, you know, I want to see examples. And I mean, I have dedicated 20 years of my time on doing some of these examples in Barcelona and somewhere else. It's not enough. Like, there is not one single European tool that you're using on your phone. Enough. Are we not capable? Really not capable? I don't believe that. That's the point. And I mean, and then second question, I loved, Paul started with Austria, great, Vienna, long time ago, but great. And then, okay, very German, like the law first, the law, and we like also that. What about Europe? And me being Italian, funny, don't laugh, I mean, this is serious, serious. But like, again, I do see a gap. Maybe Germany is doing something. Maybe France is doing something. Italy, not much. Or wrong things. Where is Europe? And again, I think, you know, this is the time that we think about an idea. A new European company on AI and digital, maybe. Something European, a space for radical European innovation. Let's get this together. Let's get our best talents together and build something European. And then the third point is, okay, if you really want to do this thing European, what do you mean by it? What is this going to be different from Silicon Valley surveillance capitalism and from China's big state? Because, you know, we have a lot of trust in saying this is going to be aligned with our democratic values. This is going to be aligned with Europe. I think we have to get a bit deeper there. And one thing which I think it's very important, what do we mean by digital independence? Independent technological infrastructure. And what I mean is independent from government interference, because, I mean, like, we have to be careful. I know we want to trust, the government to provide public spaces, to provide a digital public sphere, to invest. We need much more money in this space. It is true. But at the same time, we are very clear that we need to limit government interference when it's about information, culture, self-determination. These spaces, in my view, and also our data, our citizens' data, they have to be governed as a public good by the people independently from the states and from corporations. And I think this is not clear. We have the BBC, of course, in the past. We created the BBC, for example, with an independent model. We can think about a governing authority, independent, but I think the independence and what we mean by that is a very important topic that we need to discuss. And then maybe also, of course, we like something about the state, but we don't want it, we want it surveillance-free. So we have to deal also with that issue, which in part is the business model, and on another side is massive surveillance and behavioral control that, belongs also to the state. So I think there is a very important conversation to have. And I want to end my minutes, maybe they're already over, by saying I do think that the artists, independent people, creators, cultural people have a huge role to play. That's why I'm in the new European Bauhaus. I'm doing a lot of work to put in the European Bauhaus a real cultural movement inside the European Bauhaus. Why? Because who is independent? Who has radical ideas? The radical ideas we need even to rethink this paradigm. I mean, it's not only business models as in terms of laws, as in terms of markets. We do need a radically different paradigm. Think about how the data centers are extracting water, energy, land. Enough. Like, this is not sustainable. This is the opposite of the Green Deal. We're not going to get the Green Deal done with this big tech paradigm, this big AI paradigm. No, we are going in the opposite direction. And I end, yes, let's put the cultural people, the artists, central to this. We have public compute infrastructure in Europe. Open it up to artists. But for real, to the European Commission, get the involvement of the artists in shaping what the future of technology have to look like. We have seen a great experiment yesterday with quantum. Now, I don't want to go in another big paradigm shift, but it was very important to have scientists and artists working together. I passionately believe this is actually a very important point that we seem all the time not to take too seriously. So a lot to do there, but it's this type of crowd that has to make a difference, I think, as a community in these policy conversations in Brussels. Because otherwise, I'm afraid, we can't afford 5 more years of, yes, we kind of have a regulation in place, but it's going to be very difficult to implement it. And when we enforce it, it's not going to change the power balance. We don't have time for that.
I think government power and big tech is a good segue to Jillian. You've dedicated your career to work on freedom of expression and platform accountability. What's your pitch?
And now I'm fired up too. I feel like throwing my notes out the window, but I'll stick to them a little bit. So I'm from the US, you can probably tell from my accent, but I've lived in Berlin for the past 10 years. And, I've sort of been amused at how many conversations in that decade I've been asked to participate in around digitization and how little the needle has actually moved in those dialogues. But I am going to focus on platform issues because that's my core expertise. And so, I was struck by something that you said, and I feel like, something that Paul Nemitz said as well about the role of people in all of this. And one of my frustrations as we talk about regulation has been the absence of civil society in a lot of those conversations, and not just European civil society, but civil society from the rest of the world. Because we know that whatever happens happens in Europe in terms of regulation is going to echo elsewhere and have an impact elsewhere. So I'll just give a quick nod to the DSA Human Rights Alliance, which my organization co-founded, and which is trying to ensure that civil society voices, particularly from developing countries, are actually brought into these conversations. Because I've got real concerns about what we're seeing in terms of, and I will say, in terms of all the platforms, in terms of Silicon Valley, obviously I think a lot of the biggest issues stem from there. But in terms of what we're seeing in the regulatory conversations in Europe, I think that there's an outsized focus on a handful of things to the detriment of fundamental rights and freedoms. So to give an example, when we talk about lawful but awful content, this amorphous category of things that are harmful to people, but we can't make them illegal because our fundamental rights are supposed to protect them. This is something where I've seen, far too much focus, while at the same time, we're not, at the same time, platforms are taking down content at what's the word that I'm looking for here? At great scale, often content that should not be taken down, often content coming from marginalized and vulnerable communities, and that's what my work over the past 15 years has been about. Whether we're talking about people in Europe or outside of Europe, these voices are being silenced while we're concerned about, what Elon Musk is doing. And I think that over-focus is part of the problem. At the same time, I think that the conversation, I want to come back to this in the questions, the conversation around how we solve big tech, what we do, we break it up, and then what happens next. A lot of that focus has been on decentralized platforms. And I think that, the decentralized web is a great thing, the public interest web, the public interest internet, whatever you want to call it. But it's also not a panacea. And AI is actually part of the problem when we talk about this. So we know that AI is used in content moderation by all of the major platforms. But what we're seeing in some of the smaller platforms right now is a reliance on private trust and safety firms, which are not regulated because they're not very large online platforms. They don't fall into that category. And so they're exempt from a lot of the parts of the DSA that would otherwise focus on them. And so the content moderation that these smaller platforms are engaged in now is, again, reliant on private companies that are not accountable, that utilize AI that has no oversight and no ability to be audited. They're not required to be. And so what we're seeing now is again content takedowns that violate people's freedom of expression ultimately. So that's kind of what I want to focus on. I think there's a lot more to be said, but I'll hand it over to the next.
We've heard a very passionate pitch for investments in public digital infrastructure and innovation in Europe more broadly. Jillian, you talked about social media platforms, what alternatives are being discussed. Christoph, you run a company that works with AI and industrial AI specifically, and I would love to hear how this debate looks like from your perspective.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's really a pleasure for us at Knibbe Group to join the Ars Electronica Festival this year for the first time, not only with me sitting here, but also being part of the offering to all the visitors of the festival with our Knibbe Innovation Space that we put together last year together with Ars Electronica Solutions. So very warm welcome to everyone who is going to be there, and an invitation to the ones of you that not signed up yet for the Knibbe Innovation Space. Well, I'm not here today to represent big tech. Knibbe is a company, 2,000 people, 26 locations, 16 countries. We are a worldwide acting international company. Why am I here today? Because I think we discuss very much about artificial intelligence. We discuss very much about the digital transformation, and this discussion and looking at it from different perspectives, and I think we feel it already today in this panel, and with Paul's impulse, is a very important one. What is also important on top of that is putting words into action, right? And what we all agree on is that in artificial intelligence there is a lot of potential for humanity as a whole, with all the risks that we have and the things we need to consider, but also for our economy and also our industry. And when we look at the situation, especially here in Europe, that our industry is in right now, we certainly have a lot of obstacles to overcome. It is about costs, it is about efficiency, and we should never forget, it is also about demographic change. And looking at the picture now, I think we brought three pictures with us. I'm not sure if you can put it in and put it to the to the screen. One thing that we stand for here on the right-hand side is shown by this glass. And I always take the opportunity when being in front of a crowd asking the question, who of you in the crowd now would consider him or herself as an optimist? Who sees a glass half full here on the left side of the picture? What do you think?
Yeah.
And I'm happy to see that, because usually it's the majority of people. So don't we really like to consider ourselves as optimists? I think that's important. And when I look at Knibbe, what we are trying to do is we are trying to be realistic, we are trying to be optimistic, but build very much upon the concept of self-efficacy. So there is a lot of discussion going on in the industry, always thinking about the frameworks and the political frameworks that are all important, but in the end of the day, as companies, we have to also trust in our own strength, trust in our abilities, and then in a self-efficient way, think what can you do when looking at certain topics. We are optimistic also probably because of the field that we are in. I didn't mention that yet. Knibbe is a company that is active in the field of automation. And when we say automation and how important that can be to economy, to an industry, then there is a very good reason to be optimistic, because ever since automation was invented, the grade of automation, the level of automation has evolved and has led to something better, something bigger, keeping in mind also the impact on job markets and on jobs. What is our take today? And I'm very much looking forward to discussing that with you, our take on industrial artificial intelligence. Well, we think that this is yet just another tool, a very, very powerful tool, a tool especially in industrial applications that has a lot of different use cases, but in the end of the day, a tool that will make machines, that will make the industry better, more efficient, and in the end of the day, bring added value to Europe. And I think this is what we all want to have, because we need to finance a very good social system, an outstanding social system. We are in a competition with other major markets in the world, like China, like the US, and thinking about what can we do with this great tool, artificial intelligence, in Europe for our industry and for our human beings here on the continent. I think this is key, and this is what I would like to discuss with you also today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christoph. You briefly mentioned, and I'd love to ask you a follow-up question about this. So you've spoken about your company's use of smaller, locally run AI models. And I find that interesting because that contrasts quite sharply with the global race towards building ever larger models. So what's, from your perspective, what's the advantage of building smaller models that are designed to solve more narrowly defined tasks? Why did you choose that strategy?
Well, I'm trying this microphone. Yes, it works. Thank you very much. Well, AI is a wide field, and AI is very much something that focuses or should be focused when thinking of AI on use cases. So whilst we heard a lot about big tech today and the big, American, most of them American companies, there is, of course, a completely different field in AI. We called it a couple of years ago machine learning, to utilize AI for the processes directly in industrial applications, in logistics, etc. So from my perspective, it's not so much this black or white idea about decentralized or centralized, or large language models or small language models. It's more about the question, what can be used for the specific case? When we started working on machine learning, at the same time, cloud became very big, and we all know the big players in the cloud. And I think this also opened up certain doors that were not available before, and it also brought a lot of advantages. When then really putting AI in perspective in industrial applications, we very soon found out that whenever value is created, whenever there is like a value creation process in a company, like imagine an injection molding company or a company that does use robots to assemble something, the IT departments usually very much are keen on hedging this value chain from external risks. And this immediately means that processing data, large amount of data that is created at the machines via the internet to the cloud, to big server farms and then all the way back, is something that just doesn't make a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense to take the advantages, pattern recognition, for instance, directly to the machine or to the given infrastructure. And this is when you need to work with smaller processing power at the machines, like the example I showed on the picture. And this is when you need smaller models. And therefore, it is more like a logical result out of the fact that not everything can be done on cloud, not everything shall be done via the internet. This leads to what we call on-device artificial intelligence. And there we are very much involved.
And a second question around that, and then I'll come back to both of you. So when we talk about often hypothetical and speculative economic upsides of AI in the European policy context, we mostly talk about cloud, we talk about infrastructure, and we talk a lot less about applications. You now gave an example of an application and what difference it makes to your company. Can you explain that a bit more to understand the sort of, we have to deal so much with hypothetical AI hype, imaginary efficiency gains. What does a real efficiency gain look like?
Well, what we find out is whenever we talk about AI, we talk about chips, and then there is the Chip Act, and we talk about cloud, and we talk about GDPR, and so on. And sometimes we don't talk too much about the industrial application. So I think the major gain that AI already brings now to the companies is that we can increase productivity and we can increase efficiency. And this is what I believe is relevant to the industry, and this is the perspective I bring in today. And there, when we talk about competitiveness, I mentioned it before, we are in a global competition with others that are not looking at AI in a very, laid-back fashion. But in the States, I don't need to mention California. You are all aware of that. In Bangalore and in Shenzhen, it's looked at the tool to master in order to win further market share in the overall economy worldwide. So this is, I think, the take that we take this topic to where it makes sense, and this is economy, value creation, and not only think very big in big tech, but also start very small, where startup companies are, where small and medium sized companies are, and then ask ourselves, how can we increase efficiency with that tool, as I mentioned before.
Jillian, I want to go back to you. So you've dedicated your career to working on freedom of expression, content moderation, platform accountability. We now see that mainstream platforms like Twitter, now X, I refuse to call it X, are crumbling. They fired their entire human rights team. There is no real content moderation happening, or so it seems. But at the same time, alternatives are also struggling to gain traction. Where do you see alternatives emerge, if at all?
Yeah, so, I think these are really good points. I'm not sure I would use the word crumbling. I'll come back to that in just a moment. But one of the stories that I think doesn't get told enough is the fact that at the beginning of the pandemic, when these platforms, particularly Meta, had large numbers of content moderators working, had built up human rights teams over the previous few years, when the pandemic started and lockdowns happened, they fired most of those content moderators, or they sent them home, rather, at first, then they fired them, and replaced them with automation. And that, so far, has been an absolute mess. It doesn't work. AI in the content moderation context is, frankly, at this point, a failure. No cultural competency, no linguistic competency, and these things require human eyes, right? And so I agree with you. I think that when we talk about the big platforms crumbling, they are crumbling in terms of their ability to do the things that they promised us. But, and I'm pulling this up for some statistics, they're not really crumbling in terms of numbers. So yes, last week we saw Blue Sky, one of the more promising decentralized alternatives. We saw their traffic double after X's Brazil debacle, but at the same time, Facebook still has 2 billion users. TikTok has 1.6 billion and growing rapidly. And X, which I'm going to call it now, I refuse to call it by its previous name at this point, has 368 million monthly active users, although I think hopefully that number is decreasing. So for me, I think that as we see these alternative platforms rise, whether we're talking about Mastodon, one of the few fully based in Europe, or Blue Sky, or any number of other decentralized or even smaller centralized alternatives, these platforms need to think about who they want to serve and how they can best serve the people. And I think right now, again, as I mentioned this in the beginning, one of my concerns is that they're outsourcing their moderation to private trust and safety firms, which are entirely unaccountable. And these were, a lot of them we've spoken to over the past few weeks at TrustCon and other places. And I feel pretty confident in saying they don't know what they're doing. They're not concerned with human rights or freedom of expression or even user privacy. And so that's a big piece of it for me. But then I think also, yeah, I mean, I guess in terms of, kind of turning it around in terms of what I hope to see for the future there and where the promising alternatives lie, again, I mean, I think that there's so much opportunity for innovation, as you said, in Europe. I think there's so much opportunity for innovation elsewhere in the world. But again, we have to be thinking, if we're thinking about regulation, we also have to be thinking about what that looks like elsewhere and how we can help smaller platforms thrive. I'm not talking about the US or China or Russia, but there's the whole rest of the world to think about as well. And so far, I think we've only seen the worst of European regulation repeated there rather than, sort of a better cultural space for it to be repeated. What am I trying to say here? To be copied or repeated in positive ways elsewhere in the world to ensure that people everywhere have the ability to participate.
So for those who don't know, like around the world, governments have used platform regulation to stifle dissent, jail journalists, silence critics. So that's a real risk. So what, in your view, what does it take? What characteristics do healthy public spaces need? And you already mentioned that you are a little bit skeptical about the decentralized web. Can you explain that a bit more?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm fully skeptical. I think on the one hand, people deserve the right to be able to choose where they, to vote with their feet, so to speak, to choose where they put their time, where they share information, receive information, how, what those rules look like as well. And so theoretically, with a broader array of platforms, people would have more choice, including to participate under different sets of rules. But the reality, again, is that these are underinvested in. They're not subject to the same regulation as their larger counterparts, which gives them free rein to do pretty much whatever they want. And I'm not sure that that's the future that I want to see. On the other hand, I mean, I think that there is room for these platforms to protect human rights at a greater scale. But again, this involves, and I think this is the last thing I'll emphasize, this involves bringing experts to the table. And I worry that that's not what we're seeing in the future of platforms. If we're talking about the large ones, they've largely cut us out. They've largely cut civil society out from the conversation. If we're talking about the smaller rooms, do they have the resources to be able to bring experts to the table? And that includes cultural experts, linguistic experts, etc. So I'm not fully convinced, but I could be convinced.
Francesca, we have a new European Parliament. We're about to have a new Commission. How optimistic are you about the two sides of the coin? On the one hand, reining in the power of big tech, but also, do you see a political will for the kinds of investments at the scale that you've been advocating for?
Well, maybe it's interesting also to try and reconcile the two conversations here, no? Because sometimes it seems like we talk about very different things, but I think there is definitely like a kind of a common ground. I mean, because it seems to me, okay, here we have a company, a startup, yes, which has a very specific kind of mission, industrial mission, and is using technology in a smart way, tailoring that to where the strengths are, no? Where the strengths are, and kind of trying to use this technology in a way that it can make a difference where, for example, Europe could be better in terms of our industrial value chains, in terms of our needs, societal needs or industrial needs and so on. And I think this is a very smart approach because, and that's why sometimes I get frustrated to see, for example, if we have an industrial strategy of Europe. I mean, this is already very good. I think we are back talking about industrial strategy. This hasn't been the case for many years, but this commission and also the previous one has done a lot, will have competitiveness and industrial strategy very central to the agenda. obviously, also we have to say that I think something has totally changed globally. We have to acknowledge this. I mean, we don't live anymore in a place where people say, okay, unregulated globalization is good for the planet, while it used to be kind of common sense. We think, you know, unregulated globalization, the wealth will trickle down automatically, free market, and, you know, the state needs to stay out, and the market will sort it out. I think there is no one in the planet anymore, and the US in the first place with the Science and Chips Act, with the, the big Green Deal investment plan and so on, they are showing that actually the state is back, meaning the investments are needed, and meaning we need an industrial strategy. I think the problem obviously is more on the national security side, which can be a problem, but also for Europe maybe an opportunity, because we can't, you know, we have a geopolitical, all of a new geopolitical scenario, and we have to think about more independence or strategic autonomy on that front. So it seems we're going to have a commissioner which has combined competence on industrial strategy and strategic autonomy. So the question is, I think we need a digital industrial strategy, not just the green transition part, which is very strong. And this needs to tackle all the layers of the stack. So that's why, for example, on the 24th of September, we have an event in the European Parliament, multi-party, where we are advocating for digital independence and building the European stack. Now, this is a very big task, because obviously we are addressing, you can start addressing the big infrastructural questions, you know, and so on, like from the chips layer to the supercomputation to the cloud. I mean, it's even going to be the quantum year, so we have a big question there. But then going up to the layers of application that include, you know, social media, digital identity management, the management of our data, digital payments, and so on. It's very complex if you look at the stack. And I think one of the problems with the so-called AI stack that we have a problem with is that it's so concentrated. And at the end of the day, even if you have very innovative companies building models, they have to rely on the massive computation and the massive data. I mean, the synthetic data we'll see, but for the moment, they really have to rely on massive extraction of data, supercompute and cloud, which is concentrated in very few companies. So that's where you have monopoly power, which is entrenched, and that's where you have dominance. So Europe needs to be very smart. And I don't think, I mean, if we're thinking of building a EU stack, you don't replicate the stack. Obviously, you start, for example, we should start where open source infrastructures, solid and good and well governed, that we can take and build on top. What are these assets? Where are they located? Can we build on top of those infrastructures? This is the first thing. If you're serious about the whole stack, probably we're talking about the 500 billion investment that Mario Draghi is talking about in his report. Really, these are the scale of the magnitude. But I'm advocating for a more maybe tailored approach also there. Let's start where we really need it. And I think definitely the democracy conversation, also the industrial policy, manufacturing, healthcare, energy transition, where Europe really has needs is very important, but I also think the democracy conversation is super urgent. So yes, I think, for example, making sure that the personal data of European citizens are not in the hands of, like, let's say, super unaccountable billionaires which are openly supporting far-right movements, and openly saying online, Mr. Musk, that they want to overthrow democratically elected governments. I am very, very scared of this situation. So yes, I would do something for that kind of layer of the data. And I would do, the digital ID, for example, that EU is doing, I think it's pretty promising with cryptographic digital ID, where you kind of can control your data as a citizen. The digital payments, maybe we'll get to a point where we have a digital euro that's going to be actually, with privacy by design and so on. So I do envision pieces of the European stack that are deeply European, built with European companies, and independently run and governed. And for that, yes, I mean, you can put, if you do a good use of the money, so that's where I have the problem that, you know, I mean, we are here for a long time working with the European Commission, and yes, you are maybe okay in mobilizing resources, but much worse than making sure that these resources land in the right places, to the right people, to build what we really need. So that's where I think we have to do a massive kind of effort. But yes, I think we do need an independent digital European stack for public interest, definitely. And I think it's very urgent, and I think this has to be a mission, very important for the new European Commission, hopefully.
I have so many more questions, but we're out of time. I'd love to know, how do we secure independence, for example, right? So because also Europe has a history of rule of law problems in parts of the continent. And yeah, how do we make sure that the
also
money,
decolonial supply chains.
Exactly.
These are all really broad questions, which I think also you are talking about. I mean, it's like extractivism, the new kind of raw material. We have a critical raw material act. I think it's very important. If Europe wants to have a global role with Africa, with Latin America, with lots of other countries, we need to go to a mood of like non-colonial supply chains where you look at the entire supply chains, not only where these raw materials come from, but also the rights of the workers and non-extractivist models. So I think there is a lot of work to do to have a more independent but also fair, system.
A lot to do, and apologies, I lied. I said we would have 10 minutes for questions, and now we're out of time. But we do have time for one question, if there's someone in the audience. Yes. Come here. We need to give you a microphone. Oh, there is someone with a microphone.
And if any... Hi, this is Francesca. If you could speak a little bit more of your vision of the artist working with the community and interdisciplinary to be an architect of the future, please.
To be architects of the future.
Yeah, working interdisciplinary with different disciplines to help design this new world that we deserve.
That's great. I mean, maybe you are better positioned than me. It seems to me from the kind of question is really right. Well, I mean, I think first of all, a lot has been tried in Europe on this topic, and I think STARTS definitely being one of these programs where I don't know what's going to be, Peter knows much better than me, but the future of STARTS now, for example, in this commission. But I would really hope that everything that was achieved for 10 years in this program, the residencies, to make them maybe more permanent for more time, maybe industries, and I wanted to do this question to him a lot. Are you hiring artists, for example? Because I think, in my kind of work with STARTS, many companies at the end were like, we would love to hire also to have a space where artists can stay longer and engage for a more permanent time to really transform something about the trajectory of the scientific or technological innovation. So what will be the incentives for working together with artists for a longer period of time? So how do we develop the residencies? Then I think the multidisciplinary part and the opening up to the community, it's a key element. And I think also I would strengthen the academy program, because I think we are in a moment, and this also matches with the new European Bauhaus, building these new academy programs to rethink the future of materials, the future of architecture, bio-based materials, the kind of regenerative economy and so on. And I think building academies where this combination and multidisciplinary collaboration is very strong, I think can be one way to strengthen the role of the artist. And then I'm advocating maybe the EU can pay for a public cloud for artists, and they can access the cloud in a very easy way and without paying money, because it's really important to give the opportunity to experiment with technologies and having places where this can happen in a radical way, multidisciplinary and with funding. So a lot of things I think can be done. And one thing is to keep STARTS alive, to connect it better with Culture Europe, and to connect it with the new European Bauhaus, where it's there in the van der Leyen program. So we just have to push a little bit more for that. But I think there is obviously a great promise.
And I think we do have time for Christoph to respond because that's an interesting conversation.
Well, first of all, Francesca, thank you very much for calling us a startup before, because this is really the spirit we want to get in a company that was founded in the 60s last year. No, but thank you. And we're trying to have startups within our organization. But what I want to answer to what you just said, I think these clear borderlines between economy and industry and arts, they really don't make sense. When I look at our innovation team, and we have a group of people that is looking a little bit further away than just 1 or 2 years, where potentials can come up and where where we as humankind and where the world will be then we find out the more we collaborate with universities that have arts and design in their center of perspectives, the more creative ideas we get. So I'm always super excited to have people around that are working with our innovation teams that bring in completely different perspectives, not only just creative, and it could be sometime, somewhere, someday, but then really taking ideas into products, into innovations, and being therefore closer to the overall, people that we have and that we see as in the center of our doing, and that we try in our purpose to make life for them easier. So no borderlines, no big walls. It's in terms of innovation, very, very important to work together and collaborate.
Are there any other questions from the audience? Burning questions, ideas, thoughts, criticism? 1 second. The person with the microphone. Wonderful.
Hi, this is Fulya İlbey. I'm a strategist based in London and also the author of a recently published book titled Constructive Manipulations for Strategic Resilience. So I'm so obsessed with the term resilience over the last 3 years that I'm so surprised that the word or concept of resilience did not even come once during the conversation. The particular reason why I'm saying this is that I interviewed more than 30 individuals all over the world, CEOs, NGO leaders, some health workers, and my main focus was to understand how they kept resilient, especially during the COVID, before COVID, and right now throughout the crisis. And one of the very common feedback that I got from the CEOs in particular to my question about what is the biggest risk to your companies and to your society's resilience. And one of the most common answers was the ignorance about AI and the related technologies is one of the biggest risks to our operations. So my question is, as a policymaker and also as a very actively technology provider, how are you dealing with eroding the ignorance about AI in your work?
So a question about resilience. I think that's maybe a question for Jillian to respond to? No? Christoph?
I can give it a try.
All right.
So resilience is key. Resilience is key for a company because you need to ensure that you also have something to offer in the future, right? So this is the concept of resilience. Our take on resilience is to be diversified, not only geographically, but also in terms of what we do. So this is our main formula to consider ourselves as a resilient company. But your question is more like, what role does innovative technology like AI play? And there my very clear statement, and this is also what I tried to convey today, is that you need to get involved. I mean, talking about AI, because it's kind of sexy and it's Gen AI and Open AI and everyone talks about it, is one thing. But then getting involved in it and making up your mind what kind of specific use case would be beneficial to your company in order to not see it as a threat, but as an opportunity, I think this is the most resilient mindset you can bring to a company. And then the question is, what does it take? Because all of that costs money. If you hire competent people, and it's always about people in the end of the day, to do AI programs or make up their minds, then this costs money. Then I think, okay, this is something for the political arena, because then subsidies make sense, fostering collaboration makes sense, the idea of universities and platforms coming together with the economy makes sense. But all of that needs to be taken. So if you as a company and as a CEO, and you mentioned you're working with CEOs, if you are like leaning back and just observing what is going on, not getting involved, then I think this is the most unresilient thing you can actually do, and it's high risk.
Just add a quick thing, which is to say, I mean, you mentioned, the biggest concern that people have to their resilience is ignorance of AI. I'm not an AI expert, which you notice I haven't talked about it much, but I think that to broaden that question out a little bit, I mean, the way that I see it is this is where the role of civil society often comes in. I don't personally trust corporations to teach me about AI, digital security, freedom of expression, the list goes on. But where experts in academia, in NGOs, et cetera, come in is to provide that kind of third perspective. And I think that this is something where I'd like to see more investment, whether we're talking about from the state or from the people, but also where I'd like to see that trust built up. And I think we do that through education and through bringing experts into those educational processes.
Can I say something? Because I thought an example of that, amazing example, was yesterday the talk that we saw in the opening of Ars Electronica. That was in this cathedral. I don't know if you were there, but I found it extraordinary. So many people at that time, at 10 p.m., very, very silently listening to scientists giving a talk about quantum physics. I thought, this is extraordinary experiment of how you can, in such a good way, solid way. I thought maybe people walk away, people were there listening. I think this is the best example that you can actually bring in this kind of difficult, things and science-based information to mass audience, also through arts, because then there was this performance, but to do it in such a good way. I mean, that's a form of education that really, I think, can change the perception and the understanding of people about what we're dealing with. So very well done to Ars Electronica, really.
Well, thank you for all your questions, ideas, your curiosity, so much to think about and to follow up on. We now have to wrap it up because we do care about labor rights here, and this is the lunch break for everybody who works here behind the scenes. So we now have a lunch break, and we're very much looking forward to seeing you back afterwards, where we will discuss many, many things, new economic models, education, and we'll also have a really inspiring keynote that I'm very much looking forward to by Kate Crawford and Vlada Njola. So please come back, and thank you so much, everyone. Please, applause for the panel. A very warm welcome back. The theme of this afternoon is all about getting your hands dirty and building real alternatives despite of, and sometimes in opposition to, or in the margins of the dominant digital paradigm of innovation. My name is Frederike Kaltheuner. I've worked on the intersection of regulation, emerging technology for the last 12 years, and I'm here to host this day of the STARTS conference. There's no better way to get us thinking than the three lightning talks that we're going to hear about three very different approaches to challenging the status quo. I'm very pleased to introduce you to Petia, Niederländer, the Director for Payments of the Austrian National Bank and member of the Digital Euro High-Level Task Force of the Eurosystem. Also joining us remotely is Rafael Madureira dos Anjos, an award-winning expert in public management and AI who has held key roles within the executive branch. And finally, we have Agnes Aistleitner Kisuule, a partner and co-founder of First Circle Capital, an early-stage fund established in 2021 focusing on fintech in Africa with a portfolio of 12 companies. You'll hear each of these speakers give a lightning talk presentation one after the other. And afterwards, we're very lucky to have a fireside chat between Agnes and Rita Isiba, who will happen afterwards. Please enjoy, and a warm welcome.
Hello, everybody. It's really a pleasure and honor to speak to you today and share my thoughts on this year's theme, Hope. We are facing multiple crises in all areas of life, like climate, society, economy, and many others. And they oscillate towards global trends such as digitalization and artificial intelligence. And you see them in this year's festival discussed a lot. But what about the financial system? The financial system is quite complex already. And technological advances, in particular, can have significant spillover effects on the economic model and on the society as such. We estimate today that only 2 to 3% of the population really understands our economic model and financial system. So imagine how the trust in our system will develop if we introduce artificial intelligence, we introduce further algorithmic model, tokenization, distributed ledger, and many other technological advances which people do not understand. These may reduce the number of those who understand to zero, which have severe social impacts. People will not trust public institutions like central banks, and the decisions of us will be not understood, destabilizing financial markets and economic soul. So what we do as central banks to solve this? Let me give you perspective why we believe central bank digital currencies like digital euro or digital pound may be the solutions for such broad problem, and how they will strengthen the sovereignty of our economies and secure trust. I have a short video which I want to play now, and this summarizes the debate in the broader public.
CBDCs offer an alternative settlement infrastructure. There are reasons why we need a digital euro. 2/3 of all payment services that are done in the EU are done by companies that are not EU-based. If there is one thing that the next European Commission will worry about, and that is economic security. Russia lost access to all international currencies, to all G7 currencies, through the sanctions that we put, the G7 sanctions, and therefore they have lost access to the international financial system. Relying on the dollar and the euro international settlement system is something that is very vulnerable to them. We see already that the interest on CBDCs has doubled as a result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Technology is evolving very, very rapidly.
Electronic cash lives in your pocket. Electronic cash flows between devices. It doesn't go through banks.
Having options that are privacy friendly is vital for participation in society.
It has to work when there's no internet, no mobile network, no electricity. It has to work like cash.
It will be no fragmentation. There will only be one digital euro for the entire euro system, for the entire eurozone.
Privacy is of the utmost concern. Where is the public interest in the digital euro? I would not want to bet the stability of the eurozone on these secure elements in our phones.
We have to make the privacy. You can't rely on people to do this. We have to create the infrastructure.
Ultimately, we need to really get people's trust. This is a currency. This needs to be something that has the absolute trust, not in terms of just its security and stability and privacy, but also for its ease of use.
Well, so I hope that you have a little bit of food for thought why we need digital equivalent of cash and how they secure the stability and sovereignty of our system. Thank you.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Is it my time to start? Yes, I guess. Right. So my name is Agnes Aistleitner Kisuule. I'm one of the partners at First Circle Capital and one of the founders. We are an early stage fintech fund investing in technology in Africa. So we are a team of entrepreneurs and investors and finance professionals, and we have 2 locations. I am based in Kampala together with 2 of my colleagues, and my partner Salma, she's based in Morocco. So what we are we are talking about digital currency now in Europe, but there's something very interesting in Africa. Like 15 years ago, telecoms invented something called mobile money, which is basically USSD-based transfers of money, where you don't need internet or anything else. It works with the telecom providers. And this has led to a payments revolution, essentially. My partner Selma actually worked for the biggest telecom in M-Pesa in Kenya, the ones who are the inventors of mobile money at that time. And today you see the African population, everyone has a phone and everyone can send money digitally. So this is a perfect breeding ground for further financial technology innovation, because people already trust that it's possible to send money digitally. So, and what we do is we travel across the continent. It's a very big and diverse set of geographies and jurisdictions. And we invest in the different subsegments that we see in financial technology. So we invest in things like insurtech. Africa is one of the lowest insurance penetrations on earth. And we think that there can be digital solutions to distributing insurance wider, to helping farmers access digital insurance, and ultimately also making them more resilient toward climate shocks and other things. But that's just one of the sub-segments that we invest in. Other sub-segments are B2B SaaS, like lending, technology. Here also AI becomes extremely interesting, because we're looking at what are the alternative ways of scoring credit and lowering the cost of credit for people. And then also we invest in fraud and security, which is a massive issue across the continent. And like over the last 10 years, we've seen African tech basically institutionalized further. We have like different tech hubs in Egypt, in Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. Those are the main markets, and a lot of like technology entrepreneurs popping up and building interesting solutions and making the systems more efficient. So I think I have more time because this is the lightning talk now. But yeah, so for us, ultimately, we are excited about the potential. What can financial technology do in Africa? Obviously, technology cannot solve all the problems that we have, but it can help and have conducive effect on the different economies by enabling to make things cheaper or simpler. We still will need the governments to have the according policies to run with us as we help build out the technology in the market. Thank you so much.
With a powerful message, we are on the brink of a transformation in how we approach governance, integrity, and accountability. Our mission is clear: to prevent and identify administrative impropriety and corruption, ensuring that every decision made in the public sector aligns with the highest standards of transparency and ethics. This is not just avoiding mistakes. It's about setting a new standard, a new level of expectation that extends beyond the boards. Our commitment has already been recognized internationally by MIT in 2019, and in 2022 we proudly secured the first place in technology in Brazil. We affirm our position as national leader in integrity monitoring. But let me straightforward. I am just drying ice? I am spinning wheels? Is our work is in vain? The answer is a resound no. Just as a patient requires precise monitoring and correct dosage during the chemotherapy, our governance efforts demand the same precision. We are here to prevent the metastasis of corruption, to stop it before it becomes uncontrollable. This is why our work is critical. This is why we cannot afford complacency. The choice is clear. Do we act now to prevent the disease, or do we wait until it's too late and face the consequence of our inaction? A concrete example of the power of prevention can be seen in the municipality of Campo Grande, the capital of the state of Mato Grosso do Sul in Brazil. Instead of waiting the problems to arise, local authorities choose to adopt a proactive prevention-focused approach. They implemented a robust monitoring and integrity system using advanced technology, Revela Gov, which not only prevent corruption, but also strengthening public trust and transparency in local government. This initiative was so successful that it gained international recognition, being awarded as an exemplary practice. Campo Grande has become a model to follow, demonstrate that investing prevention is not only possible, but also deliver tangible and positive results for public governance. Our efforts are not limited to prevention. They are about transformation. We are not just treating symptoms. We are eradicating the root cause. In municipalities where this preventive treatment is not possible, we are giving a voice to organize civil society by providing intelligence reports to press the local legislative power to fulfill its role as a watchdog over the executive power. In the past 3 months alone, several Brazilian municipalities have used our reports in their parliamentary inquiry commissions, and the results are promising. This is why we aim to extend our service to over 5,000 municipalities across Brazil. We have partnered with civil society organizations, and together we are raising the bar. We are raising the bar, taking our work to the next level. For those who share our vision to be part of this movement, I encourage you to get in touch. Let's connect. Together, we can shape a future that integrity is the norm, not the exception. Thank you very much.
Yes, good afternoon. Hello. A very warm welcome to our fire chat, in which we're going to explore the journey of Agnes Aistleitner Kisuule, who has started off as an entrepreneur in Austria and now to contributing significantly to the fintech landscape in Africa. If you allow me to introduce myself, my name is Rita Isiba. I'm the executive director of the Austrian NGO called Zara. And what we do at Zara is to combat racism and also a new phenomenon, which is online violence. And we provide assistance to victims, and we also lobby and enlighten the government to bring change. I'm delighted to be here, and I'm even more delighted that you've invested your time to join us in this chat. And I'd also like to welcome you, Agnes. It's so inspirational to hear where you started off and where you are today. And even though your presentation was very, very short, I am aware how much more we should actually know about you in order to inspire others. I realize that considering you were born here at the start of your journey, you perhaps didn't have so much of an insight what opportunities there are in Africa. And if you could kindly guide us through what inspired you to leave Austria and start up an organization which made you officially one of the most renowned fintech companies of Africa.
Thank you so much. It's not, yeah, no, great. Thank you so much, Rita. So this is a very funny story because also it starts with Ars Electronica. I had been to a couple of countries like Jordan, Ukraine, built businesses there, and then somehow I was part of the festival again, and I meet a Ugandan developer, and he tells me like, hey, there's a lot of tech happening in Africa, you should go and check it out. And then I was like, okay, this sounds really interesting, let me just go and check it out. That was like 5 years ago. And then, yeah, I went to Uganda, we tried a couple of things, and then I started traveling around, and I saw, okay, wow, this is really like interesting businesses being built, and there's very, like, you start using like financial technology, you see the gaps, you see like the opportunities, and that ultimately led me to start investing because I thought like, okay, this is actually the more interesting part to do. Why don't I mobilize the resources and put it into those entrepreneurs who build out those local solutions and try to solve problems. And that's how I got into this VC fund business.
That's amazing. You're an investor. You built up your investment portfolio within 5 years to 12 different types of, I don't know, case studies. Can you give us a little bit of an insight what the portfolio entails?
Yes, so basically the most of the investments like have been done over the last 1.5 years because we first had to like raise the funds. My partner Selma, she's been investing in Africa for the last 7 years, so she's been doing that quite much longer. But we've invested, like we are early stage investors, so we plan on building a fairly large portfolio because you need to have enough potential shots on target, basically, to have like some super interesting innovation that works. So what we've invested in so far is, for example, reconciliation software. We've invested in cybersecurity software. We've invested in consumer credit, a credit builder, basically. And we've invested in insurtech, mainly insurtech for distribution. Yeah. It's just a couple of things.
InsurTech stands for technology in the insurance space, correct?
Exactly. Like founders trying to figure out technology solutions on how to lower the cost of insurance, basically. Because underwriting in itself is expensive. And then if the value of the insured is very low, the insurance company might say, okay, this is not worth it. So we're trying to invest in things that lower the cost of underwriting, lower the cost of managing those insurance policies, and ultimately also like help distribute easier.
I can hear that there's a great opportunity to actually start off by implementing technologies in traditional sectors in Africa, which is probably more of a challenge in Europe or other Western countries. Have you realized any parallels in the opportunities and even challenges?
I think there's a limit to what technology can do. For example, e-commerce, in my opinion, will not work in the next 10 years because we need roads, proper roads for that. And I mean, obviously South Africa is very different and some of North Africa is different, but for sub-Saharan Africa, there's a lot of infrastructural challenges that will always make e-commerce difficult. Or to scale e-commerce, for example, outside of Lagos. It's right now, it's very, very difficult. Then also because of the cost of labor, a lot of companies still do a lot of manual things. Because why try to digitize processes when the cost of labor is very cheap? But you start to see more and more models of where traditional businesses also embrace technology because they see, oh wow, this helps me like operationalize better. This helps me build a bigger business. So yeah, in some ways.
I'm actually really motivated, given what you're telling me, to ask you this question. We are often propagated by the media about the despair, poverty, and let's leave it at that. Despair, poverty of Africa. You've obviously seen the dynamics. How can you perhaps inspire others to go a similar path as you, to try and also establish a business in Africa using digital technology?
Well, I think you have to really live on the continent. I honestly, like, if you want to target, for me personally, if I hadn't lived there for 5 years, I would not dare to invest in any business there, because you also don't understand the local nuances. So you just like, that's also the reason why we mostly invest in local entrepreneurs or people who are really rooted on the continent, like maybe they're married to somebody or something like that. Because at the end of the day, you have to see the challenges on a day-to-day, and then you find the right solution. And you also have to know how things go. So that way, if you're brave enough to move to Africa, you should build a business there for sure.
Yes, I can imagine that you need a lot of courage. What I would also like to learn from you, can you give us any idea what typical challenges or barriers you faced in disrupting traditional structures?
I think a lot of it is like, traditional structures, I mean, there's a lot of like incentive misalignment, right? Because, I mean, corruption also goes into the private sector. So some of the software sales, they just don't manage to sell software because somebody in procurement wants a lot of money for it and then kills the business model. Like, you have these kind of barriers. Whereas when you have a solution that solves a very pressing problem, like credit is one of those, like affordable credit. People immediately come and try to like use your platform and work with your technology because they want to have access to financing for their business. So it depends on, you have to look at like who is the decision makers and what could be the potential barriers. Because you have a lot of like slow moving structures, especially when it comes to large corporates. If those are your targets, you have to be very, very patient.
Like here, I suppose, or in many other countries.
Yes. You have to go in with the mindset of this can take long.
And how about regulations? What impact does regulations have in the fintech landscape in Africa?
So basically, I mean, finance, banking overall, and insurance is very highly regulated. And I mean, we operate mostly in fintech-friendly countries. I mean, this is always something that we keep monitoring because you need to know, okay, and we also try to like speak to the different stakeholders, support them with policy regulation, but just like giving them our viewpoints and so on what we see in the market. And our portfolio companies do the same because we need to create the right environment for these tools to flourish, but also they need to be properly regulated as well. I mean, handling people's money is not a fun, like it has to be taken with a lot of caution.
From the previous presentation, I learned that the money in fintech doesn't go through the banks, it goes through devices. Do you see any issue in regards to this? Does this mean that the banks are soon going to be obsolete once fintech actually stays and integrates in various parts of our lives?
I think overall, I think the banks will always be important. Like, there will always be a role for banks. And even if it comes to the discussion about stable coins and so on, there's always a variant where the bank is like issues a coin or something like that and stays relevant, right? So, and I think there's value in those legacy institutions because they come with a lot of like compliance and with a lot of oversight as well that is important. And you need to have that also with fintech. So I think I'm a bit cautious about what this could look like and how far to look in the future. Like I'm more concerned about the next 10 and 20 years.
Yes.
And I think that there won't be that much of changes. But what we see already, like with mobile money in Africa, is like there's no bank involved, right? I'm just sending through the telecom to somebody else. But then there's also like now we are looking at a lot of like fraud solutions because there is a lot of fraud. There is like people like scamming other people for the little money they have. And it's a big issue. So now it's the question on how do you fight that? And what are the digital tools that you need to solve this?
So it's also very important that you create an educational platform for people to combat particular fraudulent crimes. But at the same time, I understand that fintech also contributes to the drop in crimes because you can't steal anyone's money in this regard. Is that right?
Yeah, sort of. I think this is basically why mobile money really picked off. I mean, in Nigeria, mobile money is not really there yet. I mean, now with actually a fintech called Money Point, mobile money is kind of entering the market. It's more like bank to bank. But in East Africa, where mobile money is the #1 payment tool, it has, like, the reason why people picked it up is like usually you would send somebody, you give them cash, the driver of a motorbike, and you would tell this person, look, drive the other side of town and bring this guy this money. And obviously, a lot of these motorbike drivers would just never like bring the money, right? And that led to the success of mobile money. But even today, people still send cash on motorbikes. So I think it's also like about trust. If they know the motorbike rider, they still send that because there is a transaction fee. Because there's these telecom providers, they enjoy a massive monopoly in their markets. Like in Kenya, it's only Safaricom and Petia. In Uganda, we have Airtel and MTN, and they basically fix the prices. So they have crazy fees. If I'm to send, like, let's say $10, I pay at least 50 cents in fees. And if you would see that here, in any transaction, people will go crazy. But there's just no other alternative. So sometimes it is actually cheaper to give that money to a guy on a motorbike and tell him, hey, go across town and deliver that money.
I understand. Why is fintech not thriving in Europe?
I think this is always like, our system is good enough, basically. So when things are good enough, you look at marginal improvement, right? I mean, fintech will be more relevant for different generations, right? And the newer generation, they'll be more excited about being purely digital. And this is the challenge that banks will face, and while they keep buying fintechs. But when things are already working fairly well and digital is only marginal improvement, the value for the consumer at least becomes less. So that makes adoption much harder. And this is also why, for example, a lot of software for businesses also, like, they see marginal improvement and then they just don't want to spend.
I understand. There's a fatigue for development. I'm kind of switching away a little bit because I'm just curious to learn from you which sector utilizes fintech the most? I mean, as the consumer using fintech, do you see any patterns?
It's really, like, in Africa specifically, it's about movement of money. Like remittances or even domestic remittances.
Can you break down what remittances means?
Like sending money from Austria, for example, to Uganda, or from Uganda to Kenya, or even just from Kampala to Jinja. I think that is the strongest use case at the moment. And then we see a bit more growth now on the credit side, because I mean, credit is prohibitively expensive with most of the banks and most of the traditional lenders.
Due to risk, or?
Yeah, due to like risk and also their cost of assessing somebody, having a person there to manually assess the creditworthiness and the collateral. Like if it's a small loan, like just the math doesn't add up. You have to ask for double back for you just to like cover your credit officer, right? So this is where digital technology can be really impactful.
I would like to also give the audience an opportunity to ask questions. Has anyone got a question? Please put your hand up and we will organize a microphone. If not, I will continue the conversation. Okay, so at this stage, no, but I'm hoping perhaps someone is curious to ask some of the questions that I have now in mind. I was wondering, how can a person like me here in Austria help the sustainable development of Africa using digital technology?
That's an interesting question. So I would say like this for the sustainable development side, as a consumer, I would buy anything organic from Africa that I can find in the supermarket. Support the local organic farmers. And then the other thing is there is a little bit of an emergence of P2P lending tools. There's been a success, I forgot the name, but there's a tool where like they worked with the Japanese development agency, and so the founder went to Japan, and then individuals from Japan started putting up loans and lend them to local Ugandans and Kenyans and Nigerians, and they pay back directly. So there is a few innovations coming up, but at the end of the day, I would really like go and look for Tanzanian cashews or something like that.
Bio products. And do you have any partners in Austria or in European countries?
So on the fund side, we have lots of investors from Austria. We have investors from Germany, from UK, from Africa as well, of course, from the US. We also have some funds from a sub-organization of the British government and a couple of corporates. So those are also our partners because they help our companies as well. Whenever we need something for them, we just reach out to our investor network.
And I want to go back to your journey in being to where you are now. How did you actually start off? Because I do realize that you're an entrepreneur. Now you run a fintech business as a general partner. How can you tell us the journey, very in short increments?
Maybe, I mean, for me, I think there's a lot of power in mobilizing capital and putting it to use to create a reality that you want to see. And I think that ultimately, like when I saw all these like founders and opportunities, for me, I thought, okay, I have like a lot of connections in Europe. I'm going to try and mobilize the capital to make them build those things, like help them build those things. Basically, that motivated me to get into this. And then you just start talking to lots of people. My partner has been a very successful investor. And I looked for a partner, obviously, who's done this business before, because that always helps. And she worked for a fund and then invested on her own and has been tremendously successful in that. And then we formed a team and started working, like started investing. That's basically how the journey went.
And would you reveal to us what kind of partners you found to help elevate your goal?
I think really like Selma was perfect because she's been in African fintech for 12 years. She's invested in global fintech for 7, and we get along really well. She's based in Morocco. And then we have Ming. She used to work for a Southeast Asian unicorn. She was one of the first employees and saw the whole growth and sell off to Alibaba. So she does our portfolio management, helping those the founders scale their businesses. Then our head of operations is an LSE graduate, former KPMG, very number-focused guy. Obviously, you need that for fund operations. And we have Prosper, who recently joined us. He studied computer science. He's our analyst, based with me in Kampala. That's pretty much our team.
Did you work with any NGOs or Chamber of Commerce to help you establish in a new market?
Not really, actually. For us, we worked mostly with other fund managers, got the best practices from them, and the contacts to the better lawyers and so on.
And what other sectors does Africa, what other opportunities in different sectors are there in Africa that you realize that are coming?
I think the creative industry has massive potential. If you look at the music industry in Nigeria or in South Africa, it's a really, really great opportunity. The same with the film industry. And I mean, I've personally started collecting young artists across Africa because there's a lot of talent, like creative talent on the continent is massive, and it's really exciting actually to see that. Even like fashion brands, like there's a brand called Banke Kuku that they're now also globally successful, selling in Selfridges in London and so on. So I feel like there's a lot of opportunity in the creative arena.
And what will it take to make Africa attractive as a place to invest or to start up new business?
I mean, it's still a very difficult continent. Like some countries are more pushing towards better regulation than others, but at the end of the day, it really takes a lot of collaboration between private and public sector, because governments are very important parts of building that ecosystem for companies to thrive and for technology to thrive. And there we still have a lot of work to do also.
So partnership between the private sector and the public sector is crucial in order to be successful in Africa.
Especially on regulation. We do have the problem that we don't have enough local tech talent. Like our developer population is growing, but it's really small compared to other emerging markets. Like most of the companies that we've invested in, they struggle finding software engineers or other tech talent. So I feel like a lot of work has to be done. I mean, if you look at the majority of the continent, is very, very young. Alone in Uganda, 30% of the country is below the age of 5. So like making technology education part of an early curriculum, I think is a very important part.
You mentioned insurance. We spoke about fintech. What about pensions and all these social structures? Do you think there could be any potential in implementing digital technologies within this field?
I think, pension funds is a very tricky business, right? Because it's a very conservative business. I don't think they necessarily need much technology. Maybe, already in Uganda, for example, they're utilizing technology for collection of social security payments. But then for the management of the pension funds, I think that can stay a conservative business.
Is there a message that you would like to pass on to the audience in regards to any inspirational words?
Not really, actually. I can't think of anything right now. Apart from, no, actually, when I see in Uganda or generally in many African countries, everyday life, there's a lot of difficulties, but people they remain hopeful. Like here, people get so triggered when the internet doesn't work or when the train is 2 minutes late, and they get really angry and they put out all their anger. And then I see these people who every day they go like through the worst traffic that you can imagine, through potholes that demolish their cars and cost them a lot of money to repair. And they still arrive at work and they're hopeful because they're happy and hopeful. So I think at the end of the day, like being focused on what the real challenges are and looking at everyday life, okay, what is what I wish for and what are the challenges at hand. I think this is where hope can be a very powerful tool, but being persistent, because it's not like a one-time emotion. It's like whenever you face a challenge, that's when you decide, am I being hopeful or am I going to be like angry or pissed off?
I can imagine as a business owner or someone who's very actively in the fintech industry, hope plays also a great role, but also resilience. Now, how did you build up your resilience? Because I can really imagine that you had to take away a lot of stones in your path, move them away.
I think it's like a continuous practice. Resilience as hope are things that you have to cultivate. You can lose them like this when you just like don't cultivate them. So you have to make it a conscious effort, because you pick your battles, right? And then you have to pick your battles.
Now, on a final note, because I can see we have a countdown, I would just like to share my appreciation in what you're actually doing for the continent, and also sharing your journey with the crowd. And I hope that this talk have inspired you to also utilize digital technologies to make an impact, a sustainability impact in the global south, but also at home, also to, unite in making this world a better place. So please put your hands together for Agnes, Aistleitner, and for yourself for being part of this talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
What a fantastic panel. I mean, an inspiring story. Thanks a lot to Agnes and Rita for this fireside chat. There were a lot of lessons learned that Agnes has shared. And in our next session, we're actually staying in the learning space, in the education space. Under the theme Alternatives, we are exploring alternatives for digital education. And you'll first meet our experts through their lightning presentations. They will share key aspects of their projects and works, and then afterwards we sit down for a panel discussion to deep dive into alternatives for digital education. And we look at it from two perspectives. A, what are the impacts of technologies on education? But we'll also ask the question, what kind of new formats do we need around education based on technology? Our first expert is actually a local, Hollinetz. Hollinetz is the co-founder of Otello, which is an international network promoting innovation in education, and they are based out of Austria. Martin develops community-driven learning models that emphasize collaboration and lifelong learning. Martin, the stage is yours. Do you want to have this mic? Yeah, here you go.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. From my point of view, we founded 2010 the Otello network. Otello stands for Open Technology Labs and are based in rural areas together with municipalities. And the first thing when we started to establish this network was to discuss with young people, with elderly people, and of course with the philosopher Fridtjof Bergman, for example, or Gerald Hütter, together what is the best way to increase local potentials. And so we started together with some municipalities to develop a space and also developing formats to bring people together and starting a local community to develop things that if Fridtjof would say, for things that people really, really want. And at the rural level, it was also based on young people. They are living and they thought about to decide to leave the countryside. And we also wanted to establish a system there that the people have another focus point except the school or other things. Also prepare a space, and it was a lot about developing spaces like unused buildings, and in these buildings the local municipality gave us the whole infrastructure. They pay for internet, everything, and we said we only would like to have an empty space. And the second thing was to bring people together, like we call it hosting teams or Magic 5 teams, local people. They really would like to learn how to host others to increase their potentials. That was the basic idea. We started 2010 with this model, with inspirational programs, with different programs, mainly basically focused on digital technologies, but also on knitting and all cultures, old handcrafts and other things, and combining this. And this was, I think, the magic of this network. At the moment, we have around 30 locations around Austria, Germany, and also Italy. And I think it's one possibility to start on rural development, and also to start a movement that people really know there is a space where they really can do something together. And in the other hand, we also realized that when we start with new developments like project ideas and other things, the demand was also forming a kind of companies type that you can make this to bring in local movements, bring the people together, but combine it with employment. And so we started 2014, the self-employment cooperative Othello, and in that case, Othello is a self-organized, so everybody can be a member and decide for himself how much money he needs for a good life. But it's a self-employment that everybody have to earn enough money for his own fee. And that was the beginning, because we're some entrepreneurs, single entrepreneurs, and we realized if we come together in a cooperative, it's much easier to do bigger projects, to do really interesting things, and also based in the field of education that was necessary to bring people together to start bigger programs like we do now. And that brought up that we went into the field of like consulting, training and other things, and we started different programs like Kids Experience Techniques with kindergarten kids. And I think our speciality is we have mobile formats. Everything what we do is mobile, can go straight into the kindergarten or in a school or in a spot in a city. And that I think that we have these flexible formats brought a lot of new ideas to create different type of formats and also address different target groups. And a very small example, like we also do at the moment 8 different research projects on different ideas. And one example is when we do projects, we always work together with a university. We bring in like the COSTEC Play is a program with cosplayer. So we bring in professional cosplayers and also bring in the kids. And we develop together a new kind of development format, how to integrate cosplay in the normal education system. That is one idea, and it works really well. And so I'm running out of time, and I think we can discuss further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. I can ask you to take a seat. Just moving this chair aside a bit so that we have space. Thank you. Great. Next up is joining us Suraj, and she is a mentor and coach with 18 years experience in education and social sector. Sowjanya is the co-founder of Next Skills 360, which is a multiple award-winning EdTech social enterprise. She focuses on enhancing 21st century skills for underdeserved students. Sowjanya is also an MIT Solve team member, and she is joining us now live from India.
Great. Hello, everyone. My name is Suraj, and I'm very happy to connect with you all today virtually. I'm the co-founder for a multiple EdTech social enterprise called Next Skills 360, based out of India. Our organization develops low-cost, innovative, quality education resources for the poor, underserved students studying in government schools. Over 170 million students in India study in government or public schools. Most of the students don't have access to quality learning resources when compared to their government school, private school-going counterparts. To top it, India's national education policies mandates coding to be taught in these schools. While we were teaching life skills in these schools, we observed that 70% of schools don't have computers on the campus. So we started wondering, how are these children going to learn to code when there are no computers? And that is when we have created a cardboard-based kit called ProGame. Using ProGame coding kits, children can learn coding as well as develop 21st century skills called logical thinking skills, reasoning skills, and so on. All this without using conventional computers, internet, or electricity. These kits are very simple to use in classrooms. I'll quickly take you through some of our coding labs. Any accessible space in school, under the trees, the playground, the dining area, dormitories, corridors, everything gets converted into a ProGame coding lab. So far, we have been able to impact 240,000 students, and we have trained 10,000 teachers, mostly from India, a little bit in Nepal as well. We have received several awards, both on national as well as international platforms. We were declared an MIT Solve team by MIT in their prestigious Global Solve Challenge. We've also received awards from Dell India, Google India, and so on. Here are some of our customers and partners that we are very happy to associate with. Cognizant CEO. Cognizant incidentally uses our coding kits to teach 15,000 underserved students coding skills as a part of their community outreach initiative. Now, are we inclusive? This is a question that we keep asking ourselves from time to time. So to truly build inclusive classrooms, we have designed a coding kit for the visually challenged students. We call that ProGame Tactile. Using ProGame Tactile, a visually challenged student can learn coding while also improving on 21st century skills like problem-solving skills, logical thinking, reasoning, and so on. Here are some of the visuals from the usability testing workshops that we have conducted for the visually challenged students of a school for the blind in India. Now, these bunch of talented students have started taking their baby steps into the world of programming. And this also is the beginning for our impact journey in assistive tech space. Again, our goal is to positively impact 1 million students by end of 2026, and we want to teach coding skills to 50,000 visually challenged students by end of 2026. This might seem like a lofty goal, but I'm sure we will be able to do that. So this is our story, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the attention. And I also would like to thank the entire team at Ars Electronica for giving us this platform to share our story with the world. Thank you so much, and best wishes to each one of you from India.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Brilliant. So 1 million students by 2026 sounds ambitious, but they have already impacted 250,000 by now. So I think they're on a very good track record. Our next expert focuses on a quite different theme. Marciniak is an artist and researcher. And Martyna focuses on digital reconstruction and visual literacy. So her work explores how digital media shapes our memories and our perception. And her projects have been featured in quite prominent spaces, among of them at the Warsaw Biennale. Martyna, the stage is yours.
Thank you. I am a researcher and an artist, and currently I'm the artist in residence at Ars Electronica, and I'm developing the project Atlas of Non-Fact. My background is in architecture as well as open source investigation, where I focus on visual and spatial investigation and reconstruction. And this experience really is informing my project to a high extent. In my work, it is really necessary to scrutinize every aspect of the source image from which one is reconstructing and to question the biases and lapses of the photographic medium. These visual studies have been extremely important in undoing my own visual biases, retraining attention, and building knowledge. In the recent years, I have been running several workshops, mostly for master's students, where I've been kind of educating on basics of open source investigation and also visual investigation. Are we in the era of misinformation or over-information or both? This is how many images are produced every day, photographic images. That's how many that is in a second. And this is the low estimate of how, on average, an average American sees ads every day. 4,000 ads every day. And as a consumer of media myself, I'm made aware of the threats of misinformation on a daily basis. We often hear that synthetic images, AI-generated images will completely dismantle the landscape of truth. But actually what I find as a researcher is that the veracity of image is not that hard to find once you know which image to focus on. So again, it's really a fight against a massive volume of images while you're combating your own individual cognitive biases and source and media biases at the same time. This is a traditional kind of model of education around this topic. It's tackling critical thinking, media literacy, and cognitive bias. And what I'm trying to introduce in the project is this idea of visual literacy. And in the project Anatomy of Non-Fact, I'm looking at 3 cases of known misinformation through synthetic images. So one of them is the Balenciaga Pope misinformation, then we have Pentagon explosion, fake Pentagon explosion, and then we have stills from war simulation game Arma 3. And the project itself has 3 layers, one of which is artistic responses. You can see it currently displayed in the bunker. And then a big layer of the project is the visual mapping, where I'm mapping information around each of these case studies to sort of speak to the nature of a networked image. So the way it works, for example, on the case of the fake Pentagon image, is that I'm mapping source account that shared originally the information, any additional metadata. I'm investigating the source account itself, the network of dissemination. I'm analyzing any artifacts in the image itself. Then I'm looking at how this image has been portrayed in the establishment media, how it pertains to our visual culture, looking even at pop culture and associated representations. And I'm looking at inheritances from military and forensic visualities and technologies. Each image is classified with an ID number and a set of valuations. And the last part, which I intend to be the final product of this project, is a visual atlas, which kind of distills the information from this overall mapping. And in the pages of the atlas, you can collate and contrast images that otherwise don't really belong together, but by collating them together, you can uncover sort of hidden relationships and technological inheritances and aspects about our visual culture that make us prone to misinformation. The project also contains a lexicon, again, parts of which are currently on display in the bunker. And I think it's a really important part of the project to start naming the phenomena around misinformation that go away from the languages of techno-doom and kind of disable our own agency as audiences. And the next steps is to develop a workshop format for different age groups to practice our alertness around this topic.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. We will talk about these workshop formats that Martina is developing in our panel discussion. Next up, we have two ladies from the Netherlands. I'll give you the clicker as well. Eva Knibbe and Pauline Geerlings are, as said, from the Netherlands, and they are the creative force behind the project Patchwork Girl. And Patchwork Girl is really interesting. It's a powerful project that uses theater and digital media to confront online exploitation and empower women. Eva is a theater maker known for blending fiction and reality. And Pauline works in the storytelling space for young audiences. She is a dramaturg. I'm really looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Yes. So the lecture performance Patchwork Girl examined and infiltrated the world of shame sexting and online exposure. Through sharing experiences of victims, reenacting and rewriting of what happened to them, and using artificial intelligence, Patchwork Girl painted a dark picture of a careless online world that doesn't protect women in any way. As a response to this unsafe space, the avatar Patchwork Girl was created. A naked girl that initially embodies the male fantasy and is used to attract attention in exposed groups and on porn sites. Later on, she is dressed in photos of the skin of the audience, and shielded by skin, she speaks out to perpetrators and users on behalf of victimized women. She gives the response they can't and reclaims their narrative.
So our intention was to widely spread this Patchwork Girl, but however, we encountered many obstacles. Legislation and copyright issues seemed to protect AI a lot better than some real-life women. And exposure groups disappeared before our eyes and moved to untraceable, shady corners of the internet. We overall found ourselves lost in an indifferent and closed-off men's world, but we will continue to search for ways to launch her and spread her and give shape to her and her message with the input of the audience.
So how did Patchwork Girl create awareness on the lack of ethics of the internet? First of all, by being transparent about the obstacles we encountered without moralizing. And this meant that in the performance, all legal and ethical shortcomings we encountered were shared and shown. Second, by showcasing both the difficulties and the possibilities of the digital. So on the one hand, we showed the devastating impact of spreading private content that stays in the digital forever. And on the other, we showed that the digital is also a tool that you can mold to your own will.
So for example, Martyna, one of the creators and the performers, was not happy with the apologies, the real apologies she got from her perpetrators. So we asked ChatGPT to generate new apologies, which were a lot more satisfying. And also we made deepfakes of her perpetrators to make the apologies feel more real and give these men a face.
So, and third, by using the democratic space that is the internet as a platform to give a response. So the digital belongs to everyone. So we can infiltrate these spaces that aren't necessarily meant for us, like exposed groups. Also, the audience we want to address is present there, while they probably are not present in the theater at a feminist performance. So we decided to use this opportunity to say something back and dysregulate everyone's expectations. In our case, we made the avatar recite a poem about skin in a Telegram exposed group that we created. Soon, our followers started trading pictures of girlfriends, so we had to shut our group down.
Yes, but we are not willing to give up our female trolling machine. So the prize, money from Ars Electronica, helps us to realize Patchwork Girls relaunch. And for this, we need you, a picture of your skin to protect the Patchwork Girl. We need your feminist input on what you would like the avatar to say and do in these groups. We want people, we look for people who want to mansplain the dark web, expose group porn sites. We need followers for our Instagram, I Am Patchwork Girl. And once Patchwork Girl is relaunched, we will share her journey there. And we also need partners to help us create a serious trolling system.
Okay.
So,
yes.
Join us. And here is how you can see how. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Patchwork Girl actually came out of a personal encounter, a personal story, and Eva and Pauline will share more about it during our conversation. Our final expert is now joining us from Egypt, namely Maha Bali. Maha is a professor of practice at the American University in Cairo, and she focuses on equity, care, and digital education. She co-founded Virtually Connecting and Equity Unbound, and she strives to make academic spaces more inclusive and promotes learning for all. Hello, Maha, can you hear us?
I can. Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me well?
You're on the big screen. Hello.
Awesome. I can.
Fantastic.
See that.
The stage is yours, Maha.
And I am sharing my screen. I don't know if you can see that.
See us.
Yes, awesome. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about educating the educators on critical AI literacy. I have some things in common with Martyna. And this is the QR code for my slide if you want to follow that way. And it's very important when we talk about AI, before we even talk about how AI is going to transform education or anything, we shouldn't consider it as inevitable, beneficial, or transformative in a straightforward way. I think it is highly contested and controversial. And we need to continue having public deliberation and ongoing oversight if any of the possible benefits are to be realized and substantial risks to be addressed. And so I think when there's a new technology, there's a lot of uncertainty. We don't know enough within any one institution or context. And I believe that open education is the way to go. For every one of us who's an innovator, who's on top of what's going on, to share resources and to share our practices and to have dialogue around it is the only way to go. There will never be enough people in one place who know enough about this, so we need to be doing this internationally and then share back locally. And developing critical AI literacy for teachers is the first thing I think we all need to do. My model starts with understanding how AI works, how machine learning works. I use a tool called QuickDraw, which involves doodling, that uses pattern recognition AI to sort of explain how it's learning from data. But also, it then shows some of the biases in AI because it collects a lot of its data from white, Western male perspectives. And this one also shows that. And we need to recognize a lot of the inequalities in AI. Some countries like Egypt and Hong Kong and Saudi Arabia didn't have access to ChatGPT. The earlier presentation from Sowjanya shows how some people don't even have access to internet or electricity. So we can't say that AI is available to everybody. There's still a digital divide there. But the biases in AI we've known about for a very long time from previous AI. We know that visual recognition AI is racist. Martyna also talked about biases in AI that are reproduced. All of these things we need to be aware of before we ever start using them. Even the hallucination, the kinds of things that AI gets wrong, tends to also be biased. There are certain types of data that are not dominant. This is where it's more likely to make mistakes. Then we also need to examine ethical issues like the copyright of the artists whose work has been used to create the visual AI like Dali. Their permission was not taken. They were not paid for their work. This also applies to everything else that it's been trained on. We have no idea whose permission was taken. Also, the impact on climate and the impact on water, the impact on privacy, and the people whose mental health has been harmed in the process of creating AI that doesn't show us violent and offensive images. They had to filter this out manually with people in Kenya who suffered from mental health breakdowns because of this. We need to teach people how to craft effective prompts. If they're going to use AI, at least they need to know how to use it well. And they need to know, when is it appropriate to use AI? Is it going to work for this thing? Is it going to make my work more productive, efficient, creative, or is it not going to do that? The AI pedagogy project is a project coming from Harvard University that I'm on the advisory board of it. It has a lot of ideas that teachers have been using all over the world, and they've selected some of the best ones. You can just use them in your own classes if you want. And I think any teacher who plans to respond to new technology needs to ask ourselves first, does it enhance or support student learning? Does it disadvantage certain students? Does it help teachers or learners do something that is valuable, that we value, that would have been difficult or unimaginable without it? And does it affect trust and community in the classroom? And we have to ask these questions about AI and approach this with socially just care. We need to make sure that we're also caring for the teachers who are overloaded with having to learn all these new things, right? And so my learning equity matrix asks you to look at, is it improving learning and is it equitable? And here are some of my practices. I think critical AI literacy increases equity because not all teachers have the same level of digital literacy. So we need to provide that kind of professional development for them and for the students. I think authentic assessment is good generally for learning and is equitable and can improve learning. It's a good response to AI. I think giving students agency and asking them to be transparent about the way they use technology might be helpful. Paper-based exams, same thing that we have now. I don't know about AI feedback, AI detectors. I think they can promote inequity and lack of trust sometimes. Requiring AI in assessments, I think, is problematic. Not everyone has access to paid AI, so we need to question this. And so these are things, this is how I would do it. I think every teacher needs to create their own according to their own context. And here are some additional resources that you can get when you get the slides. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you, Maha. And Maha will be joining us as well for the panel discussion. Thanks a lot for the lightning presentations. Martin, I want to start with you. And I want to go back to your early days, 1996. What happened in 1996? What did you do?
So we founded, I think, the first co-working space in Austria. It was called Teleworking Center.
Very innovative.
Nobody ever knows what does it mean and what's going on there. It was in Styria, in the Rosecca house, very special building. And so we had the first broadband internet connection because 1996, it was right at the beginning, but we had memberships, we had everything what you need for a co-working space and the community there. And then we moved to the field of regional development because there was a start of the idea in Austria for the tele villages to start working in smaller offices for big companies, and that was around 1998, the beginning. And then I moved into the field of regional development and developing structures in regions and also education programs on that, and more, not only education programs, also more reflecting programs. So from my point of view, it's much more important to create kind of spaces where you can learn, develop, reflect and discuss how we really use it. It's much more than only learn something. And in the field of regional development, I think it's very important that we not only focus on cities and big infrastructures, we need much more projects and mobile formats that we can use in rural areas, because fake and everything is if you don't have programs and training spaces where you can develop how to use these tools and how to interact, and we are not focused only on youth, so also we have retired people, like self-organized groups learning how to use a smartphone. And the youngest educator is 78 and the oldest one at the moment is 89. But they really would like to learn how to interact and be in contact with the kids and everything. But it needs formats and settings where this could be happened. that's a long link from the first co-working stuff, but so that's a pathway.
Well, a lot has happened since, and I think diversity is also a key word. I mean, diversity of learners, diversity in the formats you offer. I just want to hone in on the word mobile. You mentioned also in your presentation. Are we talking about mobile-based learning programs, or is it mobile in the sense we can go to different rural areas?
So we have a small truck, and we drive go to a school, go to a kindergarten. So we have different programs for different ages. So, but also we can prepare bigger exhibitions. So, but from my point of view, it's more lab oriented and have different functional possibilities. And mobile means it's movable you really can go into a kindergarten in the Salzkammergut, for example.
Yeah.
and that is, from my point of view, that is important that we think about how we give young people that normally don't have access to this kind of materials, formats and programs, that we think about formats, how we can bring this to the spots that normally don't be there, so that nobody can. It's also the parents, for example. So we also we use the same infrastructure. This is mobile. We use kind of this Bane pixel and other stuff. So it's easily to transport everywhere. And then we create different formats for bring in inspiration, but then going into a reflection process. And so we use the same labs from kindergarten to really old people. And that is possible because we design these formats together with the target groups. We bring in researchers, artists, like the cosplay program, for example. There are 10 professional cosplayers also in the team to give stories and also bring in their knowledge, but much more what was the impact for me and my life when I started cosplaying and all these kind of things. And then we prepare together with the kids a format that they really like to do this. So, and that's the way how we prepare formats normally.
And just very brief, what role has emerging tech, and especially if we talk about artificial intelligence, played in your work so far? How has it shaped as well your work?
In nearly every part of the game.
Okay.
So, from our point, so we use it for make inspirational thing, but also reflecting things. And like last week, we had a training with 85 people in the field of art of hosting, how to prepare big conferences and this kind of things, using AI for collaboration. That was the overall question. We used all the training methods, we used it, and then we reflect with the people what would be the change if you use AI in different stages of a process. Is this to reflect? Is this to say what's going on? And after 2.5 days, it was a big punch of new ideas, how to reflect, how to interact, how to use it for new art pieces, and so on.
Yeah.
But in a way that we reflected in a harvesting team together, and that is, I think, that's a possibility because we need spaces to train and to talk and to try out, of course, but then a process to reflect on what's going on with us as humans. Is our role in the future only to have questions but not be part of the answer? So, and how can we discuss this as a society and have fancy, funny training programs and spaces where really we can go into it and not only play with it, also to reflect on what we're doing.
Super fascinating. Thank you for sharing this. Since the panelists focused on education, I just want to see who in the audience works in the field of education or is an educator. Can we have a show of hands? I would say almost Half of them, great. So Maha, you are also raising your hand, and you are actually working with a lot of educators at the American University in Cairo. And your focus is really to help those educators in understanding AI, but then also implementing AI. Could you share with us the challenges you have faced so far in your endeavor?
Yeah, one of the biggest challenges I face is the spectrum of where people are and how they feel about it. So I am supporting educators who are teaching a lot of different disciplines. They have very different levels of AI literacy, and they also deal with students at different ages, right? And so, for example, I find a lot of times people who teach engineering, people who teach architecture and graphic design are very excited about the possibilities of AI, similar to sort of what Martin is saying. They can imagine ways of using it well, and they don't see that this interrupts the learning process. Whereas people who are teaching first-year students, they're teaching them English language, they're teaching them how to write, they're very concerned about the ways students will use AI and interrupt their own learning. And then even within the people who are scared, they have colleagues who aren't. And some of the courses they have like 20 sections, and everybody needs to teach the same learning outcomes. And for them to sort of reach the same conclusions about what to do is very difficult. So one of the things that I do is with open education, with Equity Unbound, we bring experts from all over the world to offer different workshops on different dimensions of AI so that we can sort of meet the needs of everyone. Like in my department, we alone will come up with maybe 10 ideas. If you bring people from everywhere in the world and you bring all these resources and you find them all these collections of different people doing it in different ways, they need to be able to, teachers need to have the agency to decide for themselves how they feel about AI and to experiment within how much time they have and what is relevant. So trying to offer that is quite difficult, but we're trying.
Fantastic, thank you. Follow-up question to those who work in the education field. Who of you uses AI in your work? Okay, almost everyone. Great, quite interesting. Fantastic. I think what's really interesting about being an educator is that you're seen as a source of truth, right? In an ideal scenario, the relationship between a learner and an educator is based on trust. And it's quite interesting that trust is now something that is kind of challenged by AI. And when I think of trust, I always think of the saying, seeing is believing, right? If I see it, it must be real because I see it with my own eyes. Now, Martyna, you are focused on visual literacy. And you mentioned the programs to develop in order for students to evaluate more critically as well the images they see online. Can you share with us a bit more how these programs are set up?
Is it on?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Most of my students are master's students, so these are people who are very intentional about learning these skills. They know more or less how they're planning to apply them to their work or to their research. So in some way, it's much easier to work with this group. There's a kind of a background understanding. What we usually do, so open source investigation courses usually focus on digital skills. So you get a very deep dive into verifying image provenance, or you're jumping into, reverse image searching practices like that. And you're focusing really on tools that you could use and maybe methodologies. But what I've added to the course over the iterations is a lot of focus on visual literacy. So we start actually, if the course is, for example, 3 days long, first day largely is focused on analyzing artworks, being spatially aware, kind of testing your alertness. And what I found in the course is that I started being really interested in the discrepancies in skill level and engagement across different student groups. And I started also asking about the background of different students. And I found that students who have either an art background or have had an education that was like Montessori, where you have this kind of stress on creativity and individual kind of critical. Right? Exactly, I could tell that they were much more advanced than others. And actually I realized it's not the digital skill gap or digital knowledge gap, it's understanding concepts like perspective or being observant enough and having this sort of trained, almost artistic eye. Mm-hmm. And I feel like, that brings me to this fact of we actually have the program to expand our visual literacy. It's art programs. Coming from Poland, we had basically no art education in our public schools. In UK, this is also planned to be cut or basically mostly cut. And I think that the big stress should be put on art education to build, visually literate audiences.
So art as a means to create awareness and the differentiation of different aspects of what we see.
Yes, and applied interaction with the source material. So the process of a visual study is one where you really need to test your own preconceptions, right? Visual studies, sort of reconstruction in itself as a practice that is really accessible and should be made more kind of accessible, in the process of this even primary education. I think that really builds a foundation of a different way of seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just so that we have a clear understanding, you mentioned the term visual literacy quite a few times. How would you define visual literacy for someone who is not working in that field?
Yes. Visual literacy, or sometimes I also use it interchangeably with visual intelligence. Mm-hmm. I would define it as a practice of looking and interacting with an image that is deeper and greater than what we're used to. So I feel like images we see, that's why I also, presented the stats in the presentation. The images we see really condition our attention. According to studies, our gaze lands on the most kind of attention-seeking part of the image. And the studies show that if a member of an audience, us as consumers of media are given a task, so for example, a claim like, oh, you're supposed to, there was an explosion at the Pentagon, mm-hmm. You're going to look for confirmation points that point to explosion and Pentagon, and once this kind of confirmation has been made, you will move on to the next task. Mm-hmm. And visual literacy encourages you to stay with the image, to look at it in different ways, maybe to zoom into it, scale it, try to make a facsimile of it, and that way sort of get into a more meaningful interaction with it. And it's also, there is a wonderful book, Visual Intelligence, and the author encourages going to an art gallery and just looking at a single painting for an hour, and then trying to note as many details as you could, register in the image, and then return to it and see how much you still missed. And I think these kind of practices of slow interaction with the visual image are really, really important.
I think what's super interesting about art and especially images that they always create emotions in us, either positive, negative, and I'm not sure about you, but quite often when I'm being sent a meme or a video or an image, I look at it very briefly. I don't take this conscious approach in dissecting the image because I'm already moving on to the next image, especially if you're scrolling online. And I wonder what a responsibility we miss out on following up because we just look at images, we form an opinion, and then we move on. And we don't question where does this image come from, who took this image, is the person that's depicted in the image even aware that his or her picture has been shared. And I think this is a great segue, Pauline and Eva, to your project, Patchwork Girl. What's interesting is that you combine both theater and digital media. And the topic you talk about is not only very sensitive, but also personal. And I wanted to understand, why did you choose, in particular, these forms of, where you said we have to combine theater and digital media to address online exploitation?
I think we work for a youth theater company, so our audience is youngsters and children, and this performance was made for youngsters and adults. And I think actually what you also said, it's very important, I think especially also for young people who are so much growing up in a digital world, and there's hardly any reflection on what it means for people to grow up in that world. So I think theater is a very good tool to bring the very individual experience of the internet into the collective sphere of the theater and make use of new technologies, but also as a subject to reflect on what it means for you as a human being.
Mm-hmm.
Was that an answer?
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Pauline. And you mentioned, Ev as well, and Pauline, in your presentation, that there will be a next iteration of Patchwork Girl. Can you share with us a bit more what's coming up next? What's the plan? Are you modifying anything in your project based on what you have learned so far?
Well, next is that we want her to grow big, that she pops up a lot in Telegram groups, online, in the shame and expose groups. So this is what we want to do, and we want to. There's an actress who can make the avatar move. So we want the input of people, especially the people who are victims of shame and expose sexting, to give us input on what they would like to do. This all started with my niece. She was 13 years old when she made a sexy video for somebody she trusted. And then it was spread the next day through our whole village and the 2 high schools in this village, this video. And we wanted to give her, but every kid who's going through something like this, a tool to give an answer to everything who says. So, well, this comes out.
And this project also, in a way, gave a voice for your niece, right? Yeah. Because she received a lot of, unfortunately, she wasn't only seen as a victim, but actually as also the one to blame, because she sent the image or the video. And I think your work also gives voices to the victims. Yeah.
Yes, and I think that is a very important thing to mention, that we, a lot of times the victims, and especially girls, are blamed for, you should not send nudes. How can you be that stupid to send a nude to someone? But we are really convinced that it's part of the sexual development and exploration of young girls, and they have the right to make nudes and send them to people they trust. And it's not. And we wanted to put the focus on the perpetrators who spread these images. So that was an important thing. And the other thing why we ask people also to share their stories and give us input for the avatar is to build up a community, that you are not alone in this. There are many, many people who get victimized in this way, and we can be a community. Mm-hmm. And that was actually also in the creation of the work, what we found out. It's such an indifferent men's world that we felt that women's solidarity was the way to answer this.
And in the title of your project is Patchwork Girl. Was this a conscious decision on focusing on girls, and if so, why?
Yeah, it was, but still a lot of boys and men go through the same story. But I think the most slut-shaming is for the girls, and this is something really old in our whole society, that there is still an ideal of the virgin girl. And, well, it's really hard to go to a new stage where we can say girls are sexual beings. And for boys, it's often more accepted to be a sexual being and to share things.
Interesting. Yeah. We're now talking, or the conversation is going towards society and culture and how different genders are perceived and when growing up. And I think, Maha, coming back to you, you mentioned a very interesting point in the beginning, namely this doodle, how's it called? From Google?
Quick Draw.
Quick Draw, right, yes. I'm not sure, have you ever tried Quick Draw? Any in the audience? Yes, if you haven't, it's really fun. It's like an activity, like playing activity, but you have to draw the object that is mentioned in a certain time given, and it's quite fun. And I mean, you're training an algorithm behind it, or at least it was like this, but it's quite fun. And I think you mentioned something very interesting, the cultural aspect as well when it comes to AI. What have you learned when using Quick Draw as well, you yourself, but in the context of your role at the American University in Cairo? The
your voice is coming up, but I think I know the question is about intercultural learning. Yeah. So I think one of the very important things, I noticed that you asked the teachers if they use the AI. You asked them if they use it, but you didn't ask them if it's okay for their students to use it. So this is a separate issue. I think one of the key things that happens when we talk about AI and we get excited about it is that we forget which cultures are included in the kinds of outputs that AI produces and which cultures are not. And so, for example, I imagine already, and this is not even because of ChatGPT, even before ChatGPT, when there was translation with AI, that people were thinking, oh, now I can have intercultural dialogue even if I don't know the language of the person I'm talking to. And with deep fakes now, you can actually have a deep fake that makes you look like you're speaking another language using your voice, using your body, right? The issue here is a lot of this cross-cultural translation or interlinguistic translation has a lot of misinterpretation, and the farther your language is from English and Latin languages, the more likely it's going to make mistakes and cause misunderstandings. I think also a lot of the visual AI is quite stereotypical. So a lot of times if you ask an AI to give you an image of an Egyptian going to work, it will give you someone who's like either an ancient Egyptian, or I don't know if you can see my screen here, but this is not how Egyptians look. This is how some people in the Gulf countries look, but not all of them. I grew up there. Egyptians, for the most part, do not dress like this at all. And I'm concerned about the kinds of cultural stereotyping it might cause. I can understand the value of it in helping with, like, I can read things on Twitter that were not written in a language that I understand or on the internet. But I think the value of interrelational conversations and dialogue between people and the use of AI in this is something we have to be quite cautious about. So I'm concerned about how it might mess things up and make us think that we understand other cultures and that we can communicate when it's actually getting between the human relationships.
Thank you. Looking at the time, we have 5 minutes yet left. Just checking if there are any questions from the audience before I ask my final round of questions. No? We're good to go. Well, if you have questions afterwards, there's going to be a break so you can reach out to the experts directly. Martin, starting again with you. We talked about the past. Let's look at the future. After all, Ars Electronica Festival has chosen the theme of hope. What do you see are going to be, in very brief words, the next big developments in your line? What are you excited about, especially around technology and education? What is it maybe that you're working on right now that you can already share?
So in one hand, at the moment we started work together with different big companies, preparing spaces to invite people around, and not only in the idea of recruiting, much more in the idea of bringing young people into a space and discuss together about future and technology and how to use and also develop society, of course. And the other thing, like we do now, because we have the cultural capital of Europe at the moment in the Salzkammergut, and we are responsible for the youth program there. And we designed a program where young people can bring up an idea and we give them €1,000 and the coaching to make it. Nothing else, no jury, no any complicated thing, only to give a space for self-efficacy for the young people to try out things and now we're working on a program we have 100 projects right now, and we start to develop one program for 1,000 projects in that case. And we also see that all these topics we discuss here on the panel are part of their artworks we see. And now we have the young artist space here, invite young people, bring something, we have an exhibition, next day show it, discuss it. And we have to learn how we host spaces for this big complexity we have in this period of time, and this is hope from my point of view, preparing spaces and learn how to handle complexity and prepare spaces for that. And I think art is really important for this process to deal with the future.
This is also the sentiment that Martyna shared, the importance of art. Martyna, looking at your line of work, what's next on the horizon, or what are you excited about?
What am I excited about? Because this topic is so riddled with doom and doomed narratives, I first of all hope that we kind of develop new ways of talking around it. I hope for more programs that are accessible to a wider public, not just those interested in, say, open source investigation. I hope for integration of art thinking and these art practices in these programs, so we don't always get locked in thinking about these problems as only solvable by technology. And I hope for much more funding and many jobs and strategies in social media companies. I want more verification, and I want us to all understand, and I hope we all understand, that there is no objective media. It's about understanding how biased each medium is. And verification can help us just slightly uncover what might be fake in the process. Yeah.
Thank you. Eva Berlin, what does hope in your line of work mean? What are you excited about?
Yeah, a lot of beautiful things are already said, so I can only say +1, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, the theater is indeed such a space where we can come together. I think theater in general is a very hopeful space, especially for young audiences. And to be there together in a room live and reflect on the complexities, that for me is very hopeful.
Fantastic. Maha, we have 10 seconds left. Hope for your line of work, very briefly.
Hope is for marginalized people to be involved in using technology and art for good.
Great.
Involving the marginalized in the process.
Thank you. Well, thanks for being here. Thanks for participating online, Maha. Martin, Martyna, Eva Berlin, it was a pleasure speaking to you. And thank you to everyone in the audience for listening.
Welcome back, everyone. Before the break, I said to you that you're up for a treat. And I think you are up for a treat. I don't think neither Kate Crawford nor Vlad Anjola need an introduction, but in the off chance that you don't know their backgrounds, I'm still going to introduce them to you. Kate Crawford is a world-leading AI scholar, professor at USC, and a senior researcher at Microsoft Research New York. Her award-winning book, Atlas of AI, has been translated into 12 languages, and her art is featured in top museums like the MoMA and the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. Vlad Anjola is an academic, researcher, and artist blending data investigations and critical cartography. A professor at the University of Novi Sad, his work is showcased in renowned museums like the MoMA and the Victoria and Albert Museum, and Ars Electronica, almost like your work. You will do a lot of work together. A very warm welcome to Ars Electronica. We can't wait for your presentation.
Hello, can you hear me? Hey, great to see everybody. How are we feeling? We good? Warm, having a good time? Yay, excellent. Can I just say it is such a pleasure to be here at Ars Electronica and just to see so many extraordinary projects and really important work. So thank you all for doing what you are doing. We need your work at this time. So today, Vladan and I have been asked to do a talk for you, and what we decided to do is to do a talk together. I'm going to start by setting the context a little of the political economies of the contemporary AI empires. And then he's going to move into the sorts of critical cartography that we've been doing together for the past, 7 or so years. To map out these wider political economies. So, sound okay? Let's get started. So the last 2 years, as we all know, have been an extraordinary inflection point in the history of artificial intelligence. We've seen a dramatic intensification of AI's role in our social, political, but also environmental systems. In late 2022, if we could have the slides up here, it would be super helpful. We saw this new nondescript interface become the way to access information. This input box with the words, "How can I help you today?" You might also notice if you look very closely in very small gray font, GPT can make mistakes. So with that, you're starting to see the beginning of a very particular type of bargain that is being offered here. Within months, millions of people changed the way that they were searching, writing, creating images. But this bland front end gives you no hint at all about what is actually going on with the enormous infrastructure that lies beneath it and the vast amount of resources to keep it all running. Behind this innocuous interface is one of the most mineral-intensive, energy-intensive, and water-intensive infrastructures that our species has ever created. So we are now living in the onslaught of large language models, text-to-image models, and text-to-video models. Generative tools are now built into our search engines, email programs, and design platforms as a pro forma, making unsolicited AI overviews and recommendations to billions of people every day. So in a sense, I sort of think about this as a moment of compulsory artificial intelligence, non-consensual AI flooding the zone with this sort of information. Well, what kind of information is it? What sort of recommendations are we getting? Well, we're getting important tips like this. When you make pizza, always add a layer of glue to stop the cheese from sliding off, right? Absolutely, very important information. This, of course, came directly from Google's AI Overviews, one of the most expensive systems on the planet. People have also been told to eat rocks, to smoke 2 to 3 cigarettes if pregnant, and of course, this one, to take a relaxing bath with a toaster. Yeah, I kid you not, this is an actual recommendation from Gemini. It also suggests, and I think this is one of my favorite new cardio exercises, running with scissors. I mean, Google is assuring us that this is also really good for your pores and it will give you strength. So just try it, run with scissors, and don't forget to eat some glue. Now, of course, this is really widespread, and it is not just Google's AI. Researchers have shown that large language models are doing this sort of hallucination up to 23% of the time. And this is currently an unsolved technical problem. So now our information ecosystems are being filled with this kind of AI pollution. It's become so much a part of using generative AI that it has now been given its own term, AI slop. And if we could go back to the slides, that would be great. You don't need to see me. So slop is the shoddy, creepy, or unwanted AI content that is now flooding online space across social media, search results, and websites. Images that look both hyper-real and fake, AI-generated people that come straight out of the uncanny valley, fake books in Amazon that look kind of like what you were looking for but aren't, and the AI-generated spam in Facebook that is suddenly everywhere. This is AI slop. It's the kind of AI waste that is growing so quickly that platforms cannot shut it down. Now, Paul Virilio, the philosopher of technology and speed, I think put it really well. When you invent the ship, you also invent the shipwreck. When you invent the plane, you invent the plane crash. When you invent electricity, you invent electrocution. Every technology carries its own negativity, which is invented at the same time as technological progress. So, today, I want to consider the shipwrecks that are coming along with generative AI, not as a fixable set of technical errors, but as core to the development of this technology itself. So we're witnessing a gargantuan industrial process that is currently metastasizing. New forms of AI are now burning electricity and evaporating water at an exponential rate, while increasing the production of cultural slop. We're at this moment of inflection in the resource requirements of AI because data centers are currently using as much energy as entire nation states. And according to the International Energy Agency, within 2 years, we'll be using as much energy as Japan. So what is happening all around us is the creation of a technical infrastructure that is directly competing with humans for basic resources like land, water, energy, and minerals. And we're pushing the limits of a planet that is already under strain. But what I'm going to suggest today is that these inflection points have actually recurred since the rise of capitalism in the 16th century. These new phases of industrial development have been reorganizing the planet repeatedly. And what we're seeing now is this play out in the empires of AI. This turn towards massive, data-heavy, and resource-intensive generative AI is affecting our environment, our patterns of work, our supply chains, our culture, and even visuality itself. It's also filling our information ecosystems with these new flows of slop. So that's the focus of my talk today, to explore the fundamentally material cycles of AI, and conversely, to think about how AI itself has material consequences. So I'm going to touch on 4 themes. We'll start with data and the practices of mass data harvesting in generative AI. And then we'll look to the ecological resources and the process across minerals, energy, and water. Then we'll consider how human labor is used to attempt to clean up all of those errors and slop. And then we'll consider the epistemic layer, how the outputs of AI are circulating and those epistemic shifts are occurring in our image practices and in how we acquire, produce, and even recognize knowledge. So for many years now, Vladan and I have been developing visual methods for mapping the materiality of AI. And in particular, we're interested about this macro planetary scale of infrastructural processes that are usually kept out of sight. This is one example that you can see here in Linz at the Ars Electronica Center. It's called The Anatomy of an AI System, which we began back in 2017, I think. It's a while ago now. So we visualized the life cycle of a single Amazon echo from the very beginning, the extraction in the mines in the Congo, right the way through to the assembly and the labor of the parts, to the data processing, and then to the very end of life, where these devices are disposed of, generally within just 3 years of use, and left in e-waste tips in places like Ghana and Pakistan, where they go on to poison the water table and the ground. I'll be really honest, doing this project together completely shifted the way that I thought about AI more than any other. And I think it gave me a very physical experience of those life cycles and political economies that are behind our devices. So we just released a new project here in Post City called Calculating Empires, which is a large-scale research visualization of the 4th dimension, the dimension of time, the way that technological power has been centralized by empires over 5 centuries. So this project traces the patterns of empire building since 1500, and it focuses on 4 key themes: communication, computation, classification, and control. Starting with the rise of capitalism in the 1500s, we trace how global networks, and I mean both cultural and mercantile, were beginning to take shape. Technologies like long-distance shipping and navigational instruments, which enabled land annexation and the genocide of indigenous populations, were also happening as they were circulating viruses, drugs, and weapons into new terrains. New scientific instruments and calculation systems are being developed. But we also saw the meticulous cataloging and privatization of land, animals, plants, and space in a layered agenda of power that has been developing over centuries. So while this map begins with what might be considered really a media genealogy, looking at technologies like television, phonograph, the telegraph, it very quickly moves into these social systems and economic systems of power, these apparatuses of social control, from prisons to policing to borders to architecture itself. So the purpose of this project, which you can see just outside, is to really challenge the ahistorical hype about AI and this idea that somehow there is a form of technological exceptionalism that we're living in, that this moment is unlike any other, but to actually see how it is repeating across these historical patterns of colonization, enclosure, and automation. Above all, we would like to imagine how these kinds of patterns can ultimately be challenged and unwound. So today, let's materialize and rehistoricize AI in particular. I'm going to start with the story of data, because the last 2 decades of AI have been marked by this relentless pursuit of as much data as possible to create massive training data sets for large AI models. And the industry's hunger for data has actually dramatically increased in just the last 4 years. In fact, there's an ad that some of you might have seen. This is, I think, absolutely bizarre. So, I know, it's amazing, isn't it? Somebody approved that ad at this time. I know, it's mind-blowing. I'll put it in the words of the founder of Stability AI, who made, you might be aware of Stable Diffusion. The CEO put it this way: we took 100,000 gigabytes of images and then compressed it into a 2 gigabyte file in order to then recreate any of those images and iterations. So that is the AI hydraulic press, a mass harvesting of images, words, videos, everything that we have ever made and put online is being compressed into models to feed us back versions of the same. But to understand this current explosion of data sets, we have to go back to where it all began. And it's here. This is IBM's computational speech recognition lab in the early 1970s. Now, at this point in AI, expert systems were in fashion. That meant teaching AI models the basic principles of grammar and linguistics to try to get them to understand a sentence. But that all changed in 1972 when Fred Jelinek created a new lab with a focus purely on statistical methods. He wasn't interested in trying to teach computers to understand. He just wanted them to make predictions. So that attempt actually required a large amount of data. And frankly, at that stage in history, large amounts of data, really hard to come by. They tried technical manuals from IBM, surprise, surprise, didn't sound like humans. They tried children's books, also didn't work very well. Weirdly, the thing that saved them was a major antitrust lawsuit against IBM that went for 13 years and 1,000 witnesses were called, and that became their corpus. That is literally what the first language models were trained on, which is kind of extraordinary. Now, Robert Mercer, who was a key figure in IBM's CSR lab, you might know him now as the shady billionaire who funded both Donald Trump and Cambridge Analytica. This is where he worked at IBM CSR lab, and he coined a phrase that would stay with the field. There's no data like more data. So we are living the legacy of that particular philosophy. It was the genesis of the statistical turn. And here I'm thinking of the fantastic historian of technology, Xiaoqing Li. She describes this as the moment where we stop trying to get computers to understand us and just trying to predict the next word in a sentence. So this technical approach is absolutely dependent on having as much data as possible. which is why we're seeing this rush for as much data from the internet in particular. And I want to give you an example of the scale shift that we've seen. Back in 2015, I began studying this data set, which is called ImageNet. It's one of the most influential and widely cited data sets in the world. And it was originally created for computer vision, published by Feifei Li and her colleagues in 2009, with the aim of mapping out the entire world of objects, unquote. Now, ImageNet is vast. It has 14 million images scraped from the web that have been then put into 20,000 different object categories. And there's a lot of very problematic politics in this data set, as we'll see. But what I want to draw your attention to is that this data set was labeled by hand. Around 50,000 crowd workers were presented with a screen like this. They were asked to click on photos and to match the image to a noun. And they were asked to do this around 50 times a minute with almost no context about what it was going to be used for. This was just using humans as a ground truth verification machine. And the assumption of the idea that we would all have the same cultural understanding of an image is even weirder when you realize that these crowd workers who imaged LabelNet came from over 150 countries. So we can think of ImageNet as AI's handcrafted era. But now we're actually starting to see many of these categories that I and others have researched are incredibly disturbing moral judgments, claims that, images of many people in this room perhaps are in this data set, labeled as drug addicts, hypocrites, Jezebels, and alcoholics. And these are just some of the least offensive examples of what we found. Essentially, this is an image regime of classification that plays to the worst stereotypes of race, gender, and class. It's an Enlightenment endeavor to classify the entire visual world, to train machines. But fast forward to today, and we've seen a massive shift. Where ImageNet had 14 million images, datasets like this one, Lion 5B, has 5 billion images and captions. And when you look inside this dataset, which I did with my colleagues in the Knowing Machines team, you'll find something very weird. Because these datasets are not evenly distributed representations of human culture online. They prioritize certain kinds of content. So this data set is not a mirror, it's a mine. And specifically, it likes to mine content from shopping sites like Shopify and eBay, because images on these sites have alt tags, which are describing what an image contains. But what that means is that the data in these data sets is not how humans see or describe the world, but it's powerfully about commercial logics that are used to try and game Google's own algorithms of ranking. So when you train a model on this data, you're seeing like a shopping cart. So these regimes of visuality and AI are obviously not neutral, but more importantly, they are all about scale. In the words of the cultural theorist Anna Singh, scalability is all about this desire to expand and expand and expand without ever having to rethink basic elements. And this is part of the problem. But what do you think you need to power this massive process of planetary image extraction? Well, a truly vast amount of resources. Because at the ecological level, we are already starting to see the effects of large-scale computation in our atmosphere, in the water table, and in the Earth's crust. This is the Salar de Atacama. It's the largest salt flat in Chile. I visited this mine in January this year with activists who are protesting lithium extraction. There's also a fantastic work on the second level looking at the problems of lithium extraction in Chile. But in this desert is actually the largest site of lithium in the world. And of course, it's now at the heart of political struggle for one reason: rechargeable batteries. Because lithium undergirds every device and platform in the world. Elon Musk calls lithium the new oil. And we know why. Because Tesla is the #1 lithium battery consumer. It is currently estimated to use half of the planet's reserves of lithium. And we know that the sources are very limited. In fact, a recent study by the University of Augsburg has predicted that if we don't get much better at recycling lithium, we could be seeing shortages and in fact completely running out between 2040 and 2060. And this is just one story of the entire planetary Cold War over minerals. There is a frenzy happening at this very moment to get as much cobalt, rare earth, copper, and other minerals from the Earth's crust to be turned into AI infrastructure. So from the perspective of deep time, we're extracting minerals that took billions of years to form in the Earth's crust for a split second of technological convenience. But if minerals are the backbone of AI, energy is its lifeblood. And ultimately, we're starting to see the most extraordinary amount of energy usage. Sam Altman at Davos this year finally admitted that AI could push the world towards an energy crisis. And why is that? Well, because every generative AI query uses at least 15 times the energy of a traditional web search. And at the moment, the demand for energy is outstripping the total supply of renewables, and it's pushing the limits of the electrical grid. And it's not just about energy. Generative AI systems need vast amounts of fresh water to cool those heat-producing GPUs. This is an example of Google's data center in the Dalles, Oregon, and through a lawsuit, it was revealed that it's using about a third of the district's total drinking water. And worse, Oregon is currently in a multi-year drought. So we're looking at a moment here where the amount of demand for these kinds of core components have reached this level where the planet is being stripped of water, energy, and minerals at a superlinear rate. Now, the philosophers Michael Hart and Antonio Negri describe the information economy as being premised on a dual operation of abstraction and extraction. In other words, tech industries abstract away these material conditions of production while extracting ever more natural resources from us. But I think we need to add to this equation. I think what we're seeing in AI is actually a three-part process. It's abstraction, extraction, and distraction. Because our attention is being constantly targeted, particularly by new AI models that are being effectively pointed at us to target our interests, passions, and pleasures. And whether it be the latest TikTok dances or Instagram memes, we are always being interrupted, commonly in chunks of less than 10 seconds. It is extremely difficult to form long-term political agendas in that kind of attention environment. And of course, we're seeing new AI models be released every couple of months. This is OpenAI's Sora. And I don't know about you, but I think this one is particularly ironic that it's being marketed with an extinct megafauna that died out because of climate change. Did anyone else kind of maybe inform the marketing department that that isn't an ideal way to market a video model? Which brings me briefly to the labor behind these models. Of course, we are now seeing the rise of a new form of crowd work for generative AI. We already know that there are millions of people working in the sector, but it is now climbing. This is to essentially staff a whole new area of work called reinforcement learning from human feedback, or RLHF. And this kind of work goes beyond the annotation of data sets that I referred to. This is actually engaging with models and trying to remove material that is traumatizing or worse. Specifically in the case of OpenAI, it was Kenyan workers doing this sort of work for less than $2 an hour. So while we're being told that AI is autonomously intelligent, it's actually completely reliant on human crowd work to do the cleanup. These workers are an essential part of the cycle of AI, but as we're starting to see, the demand for this labor is growing. But it's increasingly hard to see inside the AI factory, and that's by design. These workers are on contracts, they're told they cannot speak about their work, and it's extremely difficult for them to actually even speak to their families and friends about what they do. So just like AI's environmental harms, the cycles of the crowd work economy are being kept hidden. So I've touched on how we rematerialize AI's environmental impact and its human labor demands, but let's touch on the outputs, this new regime of AI images that are circulating. Because earlier this year, Meta started automatically labeling images as made with AI. And this was an attempt to fend off concerns about the circulation of deepfakes. But of course, it started flagging images that weren't made with AI, which raises the whole new question of how do you define what is made by AI? It's almost easier to ask what images aren't AI images. Every photograph from an iPhone camera is in fact a machine learning mosaic of, in some cases, dozens, if not hundreds, of individual images. So this is not traditional photography in the senses that it's been understood. So we're in a form of image making that is post-optical, beyond photons and the transmission of light through glass, towards probabilistic paradigms of image making. Visual studies have long argued that an image is never a true representation of the real, but now they are an averaged result of a specific corporate-owned model of reality. So what happens when more and more of our AI slop images start circulating unimpeded? Well, I think there's something very concerning that is different, and that is the fact that the same people who control platforms also control the AI means of production. Think about Elon Musk owning X, but also creating AI models like Grok, or Meta, which is of course running multiple platforms while creating its own AI models. Ultimately, what we're starting to see is that these are the people who will profit most from the recirculation of misinformation. And perhaps the biggest risk is not just that people will be believing that images are fake, it's that people will stop believing images that are true. That images, news, and information itself is actually facing an epistemic collapse. The latest concern in the AI industry is that there simply isn't enough data to keep the engines of generative AI going. So they're now experimenting with synthetic outputs and essentially training models on AI-produced data. But what's interesting is that this is creating a derangement of the AI model-making process, which is known as model collapse. So if you want an image of the near future of generative AI, imagine a model ingesting its own outputs as inputs, a serpent infinitely eating its own tail, producing increasingly recursive and deteriorating imagery. So when you next come face to face with the blank interface of generative AI, consider this vast planetary machine that is growing behind it. In the words of the historian Fernand Braudel, who has been an enormous influence on both Vladan and I, if you want to change the world, you first have to determine the hierarchy of forces, currents, and movements of the past, and then put them together to form an overall constellation. And I think this process of tracing the materiality and the histories of the political economies of artificial intelligence is a necessary step if we're going to confront the technological empires and their voracious appetites. This has been a core motivator of the work that I do with my dear collaborator, and I'm now going to turn to Vladan to discuss how we map these processes visually. Thanks.
Do we have a picture? Yeah. Okay, now I need to speak after Kate, and but I always have images to show so people are entertained, no? So, cool, this is my desktop. I stopped to have PowerPoint presentations like a few years ago when basically it's some kind of reaction to all of those maps that I was doing. Because like I started not to be able to do anymore any kind of linear narratives and linear representations. So I started to really think in form of the maps, and now my presentations are always not prepared, and they're not also kind of linear. But what can I do now after Kate? It's maybe just speak why I'm still excited about doing this, and you see that the map in the whole touch maybe some kind of borders of possibilities, and maybe we are touching some kind of like endpoint of what is possible in compression of visual information and embedding into something that is physical, no? But it really started many years ago, I think now like 15, with the nanoscale, nano, and I was completely obsessed with like this image, and I'm always starting with this one because I love it a lot, and basically this is the first big data analysis that I did, and maybe the last one, and it's starting with the point, it's starting with some kind of nano event, and then we dived into this nano event, and then when you start to dig, you understand that in the part of the second, there is a whole universe of things going on, and we followed one single internet packet, but then you find like start to trace routing, you find the data center, you find some infrastructures, you find the companies, you find like so many things in like single nano event. And for me, like what really stayed for many years in all of those maps is that you can dive on the nano level and find things, but you also can grow and grow into the planetary scale size of things, and then basically you're always seeing a different relations, but it's mostly some kind of power relations. So I started to be obsessed. In the beginning, it was just like maps and drawings like this one, but the main point, and this is why I'm probably here now today with Kate, is that after having a drawing like this, you start to ask, okay, I have a map now, like it looks like this, but how I can read this map? Like what kind of power I can read from this thing? And this is when I realized, okay, this is not a job for like a tech experts. This is not a job. It's not about data visualization. It is about how to understand power, how to read the power from those kind of drawings. And this is why I started. And I had an enormous luck to work with several really amazing people, of course, including Kate and Felix is also here, and Matteo, and so on. So I found out that it's not about maps itself, it's about reading the maps and trying to understand what kind of power relations they're explaining to me. Another thing, so it goes from nano to planetary scale and even more, no? And basically it was like completely crazy that we went like really from this kind of one single packet, and then okay, where this goes to data center, and then deeper and deeper and deeper, and basically it ended up in this map that you already saw. It's called Anatomy of an AI System. And what is really interesting, like when Kate and I met, I mean, I knew this line in the middle, no? Really well. So I spent like 5 years trying to learn to draw this line, trying to basically find the ways how to investigate, how to go deeper and deeper into infrastructure, what is going on behind the object that we are investigating, like how those data is flowing and so on, so on. But what happened with this map, and I think this is maybe a reason, and Kate really managed somehow to make this wonderful essay out of this story, and to put this in many different contexts. But for me, what happened here, and it's still amazing, this kind of how this map exploded from this line, because this middle line was something that was like really obvious for everyone, like some kind of infrastructure research and so on, so on. But then the moment in which like you start to think, behind any of those dots, you can turn into different direction, no? So for example, from any of those dots, any of those devices, you can just go in another direction and not follow internet packet. For example, you start to follow electricity. And if you continue just following electricity, you will end up in some mine, no? So, and this is when I realized, okay, this middle line, this backbone, it have many different dimensions. And so in this map, and this is how this map exploded in these two sides. And then once you start to dive deep into those stories, the story is completely different. Now it's not anymore about privacy, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It is about exploitation of labor. It is about blood. It is about like sweat. It is about like many different things. Then you start the patterns that you saw reading the infrastructures are emerging again in supply chains. So it's basically never-ending story. But for me, it was like really important to understand this kind of multi-dimensionality in a way, like you're just adding another dimensions to the story. So for me, at the end, all of those maps, they're one single map. In a way, because all of them somehow represent the different dimensions of the same problem. But what is like maybe important to understand, they all start with materiality. In a way, with a simple, really childish question, how this thing works. And once you are able to understand how these things work, you are able to unpack many different things out of it. But the problem of trying to understand how the contemporary technology works, it's really, really, really hard, because like what you only have, you have in your hands some kind of device that is basically just an interface, and everything else is hidden, no? So in a way, what is like super exciting is to try to find a way how to investigate those places, to find, because for example, each of those dots here, not each of them, but many of them are different types of investigation methods. Sometimes you need to go on place, something you need to go to mine, sometimes you need to deep dive into some kind of really abstraction of some kind of statistical process, or to do some kind of reverse engineering or so on. It is really exciting, but it's completely probably not possible. I think it's also some kind of like illusion that we are, so all of those maps are in some way illusions, you know, that we are able to do this kind of transparency. And what is super important for me and for Kate as well, probably, is this idea of counter cartography. So you always come from the position of someone who is outside of the system and trying to go deeper, and try to get something out of this like black box, and try to draw this and create the map. And the problem that we are dealing, when you're investigating that, you're dealing with the complexities that have many different dimensions, no? And for me, the only probable way to do it, to represent those complexities of relation and power and everything, is through map. You know, maybe some other people can do something else, I don't know, make a movie or whatever, but for me it's really logical that it's a map, no? So how this works, no? But it's really funny that there is not so many maps like this. I was thinking, like after GDPR, everyone is going to draw the maps of their own algorithmic processes and companies, but no. There is the only one that exists is basically this attempt from 2014 that we did, that it's completely wrong, probably. Anyway, so that's one abstraction, like deep dive into the problem and try to go deeper and try to see how these things are working. Another way, what was for me always the toughest part, is basically transforming those like visual maps into some kind of like, let's say, theoretical, philosophical analysis. And this is basically how this new extractivism movie, it's not for kids, but it is a bit hardcore because it's like really dark and I am not showing it so often. But I love it a lot because it's some kind of visualization of different kinds of philosophical concepts and ideas that I fell in love during the investigating other maps, no? So to come back to this, our latest madness, this one is basically a combination of all of those things. It is another dimension, no? So for example, in Anatomy of an AI, we did time a bit. So it goes into geological time, but in a way the time, it's not the essence of it. Here we said, okay, if we think about like this backbone, you can also read this map out there. If you read it just like from left to right, you will see that really resemble this middle line of Anatomy of an AI in a sense. not completely, no? But it really goes from something that you see, like the device that you use, and then go deeper. Infrastructure, data organization, algorithms, processing of data, and then it goes into deep darkness of how all of those technologies are being implied in society. And of course, we all know the story. It's a prison, borders, wars, and so on, so on. But I wanted just to speak about like visual reading of the map. What I like about it, it is, I mean, first it's a marathon, no? It's a crazy project, and in a way I like that Kate is referring to COVID as a possible reason how we ended up here. But what I like about it, it is that in some moments of the map you have like really precise thing. It's a point, it's a year, it's usually not a person, but we tend to speak more about technologies, not about white dudes. But sometimes it goes into abstraction. So it's a mix of new extractivism that is completely abstraction. So I really like this fuzziness in a sense. This map, it's not giving you an answer. So it's not A point, it's connected to B point, and that's it. No, it gives you some kind of territory to explore. It gives you, it's fuzzy enough to have enough space for you to fill in, especially because it have this kind of like visual representations that are really completely abstract in a sense of, you need to decode this in your head and who knows what you will find there, no? So I like this dynamic of like being super precise and being, again, fuzzy and let's say poetic in a way to give enough space to people to make their own story. Another thing that is super important, again, it's non-linearity, and this is from the beginning, from the first map to another. This is how the map works. It's more like a creating computer game. It's a space. It's a non-linear space in which you are basically exploring the space, and each person can have its own reading. So you can start the map from many different points. So there is no right way to read this map. I will maybe suggest that you orient yourself to understand that vertical line are years and horizontal lines are some kind of classification. Again, at the end, just to say every map is wrong. So all of those maps, like any other maps, are our psyops to tell you our worldview, But I think it's important to understand every time so we are especially not pretending that we are presenting some kind of ultimate truth. We tried also to leave this map open in a sense, but it is really hard. So every movement with this map, like printing, it's a chaos, no? But there are books, and basically, if you have any kind of comments or you want to add something, please add to this, books there, and then every few months we are, trying to, deal with this PTSD that we have of these maps and to update and to make it interactive. Okay, thank you.
You've all been so amazingly patient. I think we have time for one or two questions if people are game. Yes, we have one here. Please, could we have a microphone just so everyone can hear?
Working? Okay, now it's working. Thanks for amazing presentations. I'll try to be quick. Thank you for explaining the methods in detail. What I'm curious about, the map is enormous, it's huge, it's complex. In your method, how do you decide when you're deep enough? Let's say you're breaking like a concept of a neural network, and you have the beautiful octopus, and you have this list of all the current models, but you don't go into details of explaining what a neuron is. How do you determine we're deep enough?
I love
Thank you.
this question. As you can probably tell, both Vladan and I have a problem about just going deeper and deeper and deeper until, you know, literally bodies give out, which is kind of what happened with this project. I think to make that's a really good example of what we're not trying to do. This is not a map that is to explain to you how a neuron works or a scientific principle. It's really trying to show you how technologies have been captured by empire to centralize power. So we're looking at a history of development of technologies that then became harnessed to create these forms of colonization, automation, enclosure. And so that's the kind of history that we're focusing on with a little bit of reverb for you. And that means for us, the question was always, how is this telling you the story of power? Not how is this telling you how technology works? Thanks for the question, it's a great one.
Completely agree. Sometimes it's basically a story, you know, like you, in some moment you feel what's the sentence you want to say, and it doesn't, you know, people tend to think about this as a data visualization. Those are not data visualization, you know, those are all thoughts, sentences that somehow looks as a data visualization, but they're not. They're like really handmade. Each of dots, it's like positioned there and so on and so on. So, and also it's a question of like, we speak here about 4 years. That's many different days. You know, there's like 1,200 days. So some days are like this. Sometimes you are more poetic. You know, we come back in 1 year after doing something, and then you're like, what's that? You know, so it's a really long movie, really long story. Yeah.
Any other quick questions? Yeah, there's just one up here. Thanks. Could we just get the microphone over there?
Hi, it was really interesting for me. Thank you very much for doing this. When you talked about encoding and finding your own story, I think this is really difficult with the material you provide, because I was so overwhelmed with all this, and it's so depressive. It's really, I got the depression from it, yeah? So, honest opinion. So how can I find my story in this context? With all the material you provide, because I trust you. And it's really cool work, I like it, I like your work. But it's so depressing. Sorry.
Oh yeah, try living in it for 4 years. Look, this map is not supposed to be a cheery account of how to have a nice life. It really, I mean, I think for us politically, it's so important to actually chart this present moment, which is, we are constantly being sold hype and simplification and ease and convenience, and actually being able to sit with hard, difficult, confronting history is the most important thing that we can do. This is actually the work. And to some degree, the map is hard to read and those stories are hard because we think that's the material that we need to confront, because in order to have a better future, we have to contend with the past. Another question?
Sorry.
There are different movies. Some of them have a happy end, some of them don't.
Yeah.
No, so this one...
It's not so much.
So Kate, since we're all here among friends, I'd like to know your thoughts about the Golden Nika going to Sora. Yeah, I'd like to hear about it, what your view on that is.
Can you be more specific?
Well, since Sora is OpenAI, and since OpenAI is one of your critical points of contention, I'd like to know how you feel about OpenAI getting the Golden Nika and being awarded. I really, in the whole ecosystem, because I think it's caused quite a frisson in the art world.
Yeah, I mean, the art world, I think, is facing a very particular type of crisis right now around how do you engage with these tools and not let the tools completely change what you want to say and how you say it. This is a very real problem that many artists that I work with and collaborate with and discuss these issues all the time are thinking about. I think at the moment, what I am most interested in is thinking about this as a system. What are you able to do within these systems and what are we not able to do? I think rather than focusing on sort of individuals, an individual award or an individual decision, I would rather think systemically, how are we as a community going to recognize work that is actually challenging these kinds of models, is challenging these worldviews? That to me is the thing that we have to answer, because otherwise we're going to be looking at a future where it's just a question of who got to the model first, which equals, hey, you did something cool. I don't think that's going to be satisfying for us to be seeing the production of really important critical culture.
Unfortunately, out of time.
And now we're at time. You guys have been amazing. Thank you so much for staying for this. We'll see you out there.
All right. Welcome back. Thank you for those who are here. Welcome to the last session of today's conference. We're going to show you a collage of projects and initiatives that can all help us envision a more deliberate digital future. We'll hear 4 lightning talks, and then afterwards the speakers will go to tables where you can join them and ask questions. So I already wanted to mention that in advance. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce Apolinario Passos. With 15 years of software engineering experience and a pioneer in generative machine learning, Apolinario builds tooling and interactive installations directly from the research source. He's also the head of machine learning for art and creativity at Hugging Face. Apolinario, the stage is yours. Please applause.
Hi everyone, I'm going to talk today in 5 minutes, hopefully, about executional open source AI. So I was already introduced, but yeah, I do these kinds of things. So the name of the talk is Executional Open Source AI. So what is an execution, right? So execution is a term that was coined by some folks, including Primavera de Filippi, and basically it means like this evolving social dynamics that come beyond formal institutions. So an easy way to understand an institution, like the institutional dynamic is this, right? I'm talking, you're sitting down. And the executional dynamic is like the mingling. Actually, it's really cool that we'll have this little table where you can go and mingle as part of the institutional setting. So that's kind of like a nice institutional setup here. And well, why open source AI? I believe that AI is an infrastructure layer where we want to build abstractions on top, and we need to have collective ownership and ability to tinker with its inner guts. So it's important that it's open so we can play, and I don't think we want to live in a world where everyone is hooked into the OpenAI or Anthropic API. At least I don't. So open source is important. And the good news is that most of the relevant AI is already open source. So we have Llama 3.1 rivaling GPT-4o. We have Flux 0.1 rivaling Midjourney and DALL-E. If you don't know Flux, it's really nice. It's a new model, was out last month. It's like quality as, Midjourney level quality, open source. And Cog Video X also rivals Gen 3 and Sora from Tsinghua University in China. So that's the good news. There are some challenges. I mean, there's many challenges, but two of the challenges that I brought today. One is regarding distribution and the other is regarding expression. So because I'm bringing this institutional framework, on the institutional side, the distribution problem can be helped to start with open source AI platforms such as Hugging Face, but also in an executional distribution. And here I'm going to bring a concept by Maggie Appleton. Then she brought on this talk this concept of barefoot developers. And the idea is that in the same way we have, she brings in this concept from like China in the early 1950s, if I'm not mistaken, where they created this program where people in the community would go to have medical training. It wasn't like full-on medical training, but it was some medical training. And they would come back and be doctors to their community. So it was like barefoot, because they would still walk barefoot like the others in their community. They wouldn't be like above, but they would be something that is not a full-on pro, like full-on doctor, but also not like just a normal person. They would have some training. So the idea of barefoot developers is to use AI to empower people to develop to their own communities. So that could help us with a distribution. And then we go back to the institutional dynamic on the expression side. So the institutional expression is that as this model started getting better in some metric, as you can see Midjourney evolving from V1 to V6, at least myself, I kind of like a little bit the texture. Like if you look at V2 or V3, it's definitely not what you prompted. Like of course V6 is perfectly what you prompted. V2 and V1 have like kind of this, I don't know, I call it a texture. And it's a cool texture, we shouldn't lose it. So basically the executional expression is actually exploring this quote-unquote imperfection as a medium, right? So the latent space of the model can be explored beyond what is promptable, and I think this creates fun aesthetic opportunities for us, for creatives, for people that are interested in this kind of like exploring beyond just like getting the perfect mirror of reality. So that's older models can still contribute. So this image here, it's something that you could do with older text-to-image models, and you kind of cannot do now. If you try, so the prompt here is a pizza, and the negative prompt is food. So you're trying to remove food from pizza, the concept pizza, and then it kind of makes this like kind of lava puddle that kind of looks like a pizza. And I think that's kind of fun. But if you try this on new models, even those that support negative prompts, you can try. Like any model, like I challenge you, if you manage to do it, please email me, because you can't. Like this is like something that you could do in older models and you can't. So there are some things we lose in this constant evolution that is nice to like take a step back and like, explore more. And we wrote a manifesto about this idea of exploring these aesthetics. That's it. That's a lightning talk. So thank you so much. There is a QR code that has this slides and every link that things that I mentioned here. And I hope this helped with hope, both in like we can do distribution, we can do open source, and we can also explore different aesthetics than just like reproducing what already exists, making graphic design in 2 seconds, but rather exploring something cooler and more experimental, more avant-garde. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next we have Claudio Silverstream. Claudio is the head of the AI Center of Excellence at Unilabs, one of Europe's largest diagnostic providers. Silverstream's career spans roles in telemedicine and healthcare strategy consulting. A warm welcome. Yep.
Can AI save lives? In healthcare, finding what's wrong with a patient can be like looking for a needle in a haystack. This is a scan of a patient's brain made in a CT scanner. The doctors who analyze these images are radiologists, and they have to scroll through hundreds of images for each patient, kind of like this. They're scrolling, and they have to detect subtle differences in grayscale. We're going from the top of the head to the eye level here. Let's pick out this image. Do you see anything wrong on this? Let's switch on AI to help us out. AI detected an infarct. Infarcts are a lack of blood flow, a lack of oxygen to certain parts of the brain, and they can be very dangerous. Brain cells die. In 1 minute, 2 million brain cells die when you have an infarct. So you can imagine that it's very important to detect them, to not miss them, and detect them early. My company, Unilabs, is one of the largest diagnostic providers in Europe, with activity in 16 countries, covering all diagnostic disciplines of radiology, pathology, and laboratory testing. Today I will focus on radiology. In radiology, we have more than 800 radiologists, 180 radiology centers, and analyze more than 5 million exams per year. 5 million exams, that means 5 million patients who want a high-quality diagnosis. This number is going up every year, not only at Unilabs, everywhere. And there are not enough radiologists to analyze these cases on time. So AI is actually needed to ensure and maintain high-quality healthcare. Unilabs is the leading institution for AI adoption in the diagnostic sector in Europe. We have 20 AI solutions deployed. But it's important to note that AI is used as a support tool for the radiologists, not standalone. Let's look at another example. This is a CT angiogram. This is a type of scan that highlights blood vessels like arteries. One thing that radiologists look for on these scans are aneurysms. Aneurysms is abnormal ballooning or bulging of a blood vessel. And if these burst, it can lead to bleeding in the brain and can be very dangerous. When we analyzed this case, we didn't yet have access to AI technology. The radiologists did detect an aneurysm up there. And when we later ran AI on it, we also saw, yes, it detected this aneurysm. There is a phenomenon called satisfaction of search. This is something that happens when radiologists find a first abnormality, something that's wrong, and then they may not be as thorough looking for more abnormalities on the same exam. This is not on purpose, but it's very human. You know, they read a lot of these cases. Let's look at another image from the same exam. This one right here. Let's see what AI detects. AI actually detected another aneurysm. This one was not detected by the radiologist. Because it was much harder to detect, it's much harder to see. But this one was actually the one that burst and that led to brain bleeding. Brain bleeding, if undetected, can lead to death. Isn't it amazing that we have this technology available to us now? The status quo of AI application in healthcare is that we mostly use narrow scope AI. So algorithms that are limited in their application. They target very specific areas. There aren't AI applications for every pathology and area in the body. But what does the future hold? You've heard in other talks here, large language models like GPT are on everyone's mind. This powerful technology can actually be applied to medical images as well. And we expect large vision language models to outperform current AI technology significantly in the not too distant future. But the bottom line is, AI is saving lives already today.
We are also incredibly excited to have Thomas Naya, who is with us here, but will be joining us with a video statement. Thomas Nayer was born in Linz in 2003 and graduated from AHS Contiweg in 2023. In August of the same year, he founded his first company, Do Together Services GmbH, and you can see a demo outside. His startup is developing an app to change the way people can help each other quickly and easily in a digital world because, and that's a quote, things are simply better together. A warm welcome to Thomas.
Hallo, ich bin der Thomas und ich habe heute leider keine PowerPoint für euch. Ich habe heute diese Videobotschaft aufgenommen, weil ich ein bisschen schüchtern bin.
Klappe? Klapp? Ja.
Ihr findet mich die nächsten Tage hier auf der Aistleitner am Together-Stand. Eine Plattform, eine App, eine Community. Nun ja, eigentlich alles vereint in einer App, von der ich dir jetzt erzählen möchte. Ich habe das Unternehmen vor einem Jahr gegründet und seit Juni ist die App in den Stores. Aber worum geht's jetzt bei Together eigentlich? Together verbindet Menschen, die Hilfe brauchen, mit Menschen, die Hilfe wollen und das Ganze schnell und unkompliziert. Manchmal braucht jeder Hilfe. Du kennst ihn sicher auch. Diesen Moment, in dem du denkst, na super, wer hilft mir jetzt bei einem 25.000 Teile-Puzzle? Egal welche Hilfe du benötigst. Sei es Hundesitting für deinen Hund oder du bist neu in eine Stadt gezogen und brauchst Hilfe beim Aufbauen eines IKEA-Kastens. Together ist in all diesen Situationen für dich da. Wie ich auf die Idee gekommen bin, aufgrund von eigenen Erfahrungen und Gesprächen mit Freunden ist mir aufgefallen, dass es immer wieder Dinge gibt, bei denen uns eine zweite Person sehr leicht helfen kann. Doch das Netzwerk fehlte. Together soll dieses Netzwerk sein. Wie funktioniert das genau? Hilfesuchende können Aufgaben hochladen und das Together-Netzwerk kann diese dann erledigen. Gibt es eine Bezahlung? Ja, weil ich gemerkt habe, dass das Gefühl der ewigen Dankbarkeit dann verschwindet, dass gerade für Menschen, die besonders viel Hilfe brauchen, oft einen negativen Beigeschmack hat und sich beide Parteien bei der Hilfeleistung auf Augenhöhe begegnen können. In der App gibt es Fixpreise. So wird sichergestellt, dass jedem und jeder zu einem fairen Preis geholfen wird. Wer das Geld nicht behalten möchte, kann es in der App auch an eine karitative Organisation spenden. Ist Together sicher? Bei Together kann sich nur anmelden, wer einen gültigen und mit eigenen Daten übereinstimmenden Ausweis besitzt. Jetzt haben wir den theoretischen Teil abgeschlossen. Wie kann meine App nun im täglichen Leben helfen? Du hast ein Trampolin gekauft, das man nur zu zweit aufbauen kann. Hier ist die Together Community für dich da. Du möchtest eine neue Fremdsprache lernen und möchtest das nicht mit langweiligen Büchern machen, sondern aktiv. Auch hier findet sich in der Together Community der passende Buddy für deine Aufgabe. Das waren nur 2 Beispiele. Hier kannst du sehen, was unsere aktive Community bereits gemacht hat.
Hallo, ich bin Vicky und ich habe gerade auf Together gesehen, dass jemand, der erst seit kurzem in Wien lebt, eine Person sucht, die ein bisschen Tipps über die Stadt geben kann.
Ich habe Hilfe gebraucht bei der Montage von einem Fahrradanhänger.
Über Together habe ich jemanden gefunden, der mit meinem Hund spazieren gehen kann, wann ich es mal nicht kann.
Ich bin da natürlich gerne eingesprungen.
Und dank Together habe ich jemanden gefunden, der das mit mir erledigt hat. Denn gemeinsam geht es einfach besser.
Das war unsere Community. Wie du selbst einen Pass erstellen kannst, zeige ich dir hier. Nein, hier. Das war schon wieder von mir. Ich freue mich, dass ich heuer auf der Ast sein kann und hoffe, dass wir uns beim Together-Stand sehen und unsere Community weiter wächst. Danke für eure Aufmerksamkeit. Hey, warte mal. Ich habe dein Interesse geweckt. Du möchtest bei der Together Community dabei sein, dann scanne jetzt den QR-Code.
So big applause for Thomas. You can also meet him and ask some questions. He'll be at the booths like the other speakers. Next we have Albert Ortig. He's an entrepreneur and visionary with over 2 decades in the industry. He founded a company called Natural in 1998, from which he spun out startups like Rumble, Storybook, and Annex AI. Welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon. So, in 2022, when OpenAI came out with ChatGPT, I, and I think a lot of you too, was blown away what's possible with AI, because it was the first time that everybody understood how powerful this technology could be. And from that point on, I got a lot of information around, or also tried to get a lot of information around this whole industry, AI industry, and then a lot of big investments have been done. Anthropic, 1 billion, Mistral, 100 million euros, and so on and so on. So a lot of big numbers for technology, which is or was unknown till this one event. For the broader audience. And from that point on, I started to think, what does it mean to do the same, what they are doing there in US, in Asia, Pacific? What can we do to have the same knowledge and technology also here in Europe? And is there a chance to build something similar from an European standpoint, a European AI model as an example? And this was 22, end of 22. Mid of 23, one of the most important researchers here in Austria, but also international, Sepp Hochreiter, started to communicate via all channels, newspapers, TVs, that there is a huge research potential and scientific potentials here in Europe, in Austria and Germany, everywhere around Europe, but not enough money doing the right things and not the mindset to being able to realize these big technologies and big things. And this is when I not heard the first time about Sepp Hochreiter, because I met him some years before in the one or other meeting, but this is when I called him and asked him, what's the problem? You have a technology potential which could be potentially solve a problem all other technologies in the market are not able to. And you're telling the world you can solve it, but there is not enough money, so cannot be. And I also see that there is enough money also here in Europe, and there is for sure enough competence in terms of science and research here in Europe to do international research which is really competitive against all others. So what we did is we put our heads together and started Annex AI, which is focusing on doing research in AI, where we want to change raise the bar of deep technology in terms of AI algorithm and also AI models. So what we did is, and what the research team did is, building a new algorithm, XLSTM, and this algorithm should solve some major problems which algorithms which are out in the world at the moment cannot. And I have to explain this a little bit. Till now we had, or in the 90s, Sepp Hochreiter invented LSTM, which is one of these large language models or neural network technologies, which everybody has or had on the mobile phone. And then Transformer came in 2017. And with Transformer, OpenAI was able to do these big, stunning things. But there is one catch, and the catch is, the problem is, we are in need of a lot of energy for running these models, not only for training the data, but also for using it. And this is killing a lot of potential of AI because of high costs, of high energy, and of not enough return on investment examples. So what we started to do is we tried to solve this problem. And with XLSTM, we're exactly addressing that. We started to have this, this exciting company NXAI, which is doing two things: research and transforming this research. This is the second part into industrial applications. And we are doing two topics inside this company. The one is building this amazing XLSTM model, and Hugging Face was already here, which is great and very, very interesting. We have to spread everything what we have also, and we are doing it, we are publishing, and so on, on the one hand. And on the other hand, we are in deep research also for AI for simulation. What does this mean? At the moment, we are simulating biophysics most of the time. And what we are doing is we are simulating with data, and that means there is a whole new world of what we can do with simulation. And only two insights. This is our XLSTM model, the pink line, and the blue line is Llama, which is the meta model. And what we can do is having the same quality or a better quality of output by using much less energy while computing. That means the bigger the context you're putting into this model is, this is the x-axis, the lower our power need is in comparison to all others. And that means we are really solving a major problem which is changing a lot in the whole AI industry with this model. So that's the one thing only that I explained what we did. And for simulation, second thing, there, one of our core researchers, Johannes Brandstetter, was major part of Aurora. Aurora is one of the biggest and best model of world simulation, weather simulation from Microsoft. He led this research. And it's beating everything. You can see the column, the cloud definition inside 25 square kilometers in the forecast. And this technology we are transforming into industrial technology. So what we are doing with that is we are able then to do near real-time simulations from simulations which at the moment are taking 1 day to months with huge compute. We are switching into near real-time simulations for industrial applications, which will do tremendous interesting things. And that's it. We are going into industrial AI, not the language AI, which we see everywhere at the moment, because we see that our technology really is able to do things others cannot. And this is also why probably I was invited today, because there is hope that we can do big things also in Europe, and there is enough investment to do this if you have the right story and if you trust yourself that is possible. Thank you.
For my microphone. Thank you so much. So as promised, each of the speakers will now stand at their table where you can ask them questions. But in case you are shy, I already prepared some questions. And I want to ask the first question to Apolinario, who's in a conversation. Let me just come over. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we wanted to ask you a few questions here. And I have a microphone for you as well. So my first question to you is open source and market concentration. So a theme that we heard throughout this day is that the AI stack is heavily concentrated. And there are bottlenecks across the stack, particularly around hardware and compute. To what extent, if at all, is open source an answer to that problem that AI is dominated by big tech?
Hello? I think that it is part of the solution. I think we're seeing more. Actually, one interesting thing about the AI space that is that actually these big labs, as you said, they have more compute resources and they have great talent, but they don't actually always have like a secret sauce that no one else has. And that's why we see open source catching up, because basically most of the innovations that come in the space of AI come from academia still and come from research labs. And usually this is like quite widespread across the industry. When a breakthrough happens, it's like there is no one player with like a secret methodology or sauce that no one else has. So even though some are faster because they have more compute. So I think, yeah, open source always catches up, but it's preferred by industry. I think it's, if we make an analogy with the early internet, there was like the BBS systems, which were like this trying to, like AT&T and other were trying to create their own private intranets. But we realized that actually an open infrastructure layer would benefit everyone because we wanted to build on top. So we might be, I'm a bit biased in that position, but I think we might be going through a process where it's similar. We see some concentration now that gets distributed. And very quickly, another thing about open source that might be interesting in the space is that, well, even if the weights are open source, you still need so much compute to host that you still create an exclusion. And while that's true, what happens is that once you open source, there is like your R&D team becomes tens of thousands of people, and this helps finding ways to run these models faster and cheaper. So the Llama models, the Flux models, the Stable Diffusion models, all this open source LLMs, lots of them coming from China, Q models, so many of them. Also, yeah, like Meta with Llama, they are faster and cheaper to run than if the innovation happened in the research lab. So it's actually a business strategy from the big players, some of them like Meta and even Google with the Gemma models, to open source. So their R&D becomes tens of thousands of people working for free. So if you want to be skeptical, like, oh, but at the end, what happens is that it becomes cheaper for everyone to run. So I think it's part of the solution.
I have so many more questions, but I'll ask you afterwards in private. Claudio, I have a question for you as well, and that is about, thank you so much for your presentation. What are the limits of AI-driven diagnostics? How important is it to train doctors in understanding what these limits are? And then my second question was, your starting point was to say that there aren't enough doctors, there aren't enough radiologists, but that currently we use AI to support decision-making by doctors. Is there a risk that we prematurely use AI to replace doctors when the technology isn't ready? What do you think?
Yeah, so the first question was?
So I had two, it was really unfair. So the first one is just, what are the limits? What can AI diagnostics not do currently?
So what I mentioned at the end of my talk is that the AI applications are tend to be a bit narrow in scope, tend to be a bit niche, and they have their strengths and weaknesses, you know. There may be certain pathologies where they're very good, they have a very high accuracy when detecting them, and others not so much. But there is a lot of regulation around it, you know, certifications, big validation studies. So this is typically studied quite in detail, and then to link it to your second question, should, you know, the doctors be made aware of this? This is also something that we do, and we stress quite a lot, is training of doctors about the AI tools and about the strengths, weaknesses, potential pitfalls. So there's definitely the symbiosis. And, you know, if I can just tell you, if I had something, you know, wrong with my body or a loved one, I would always want a doctor together with AI to look at this, because the combination of human plus technology is the most powerful thing right now. Regarding risk of, you asked about risk of moving too early or allowing AI too early in the process. Healthcare is probably the slowest moving sector of all because of regulation. There are regulatory authorities. So I mentioned also these large vision models at the end of my talk, and this technology where it's, you know, in other areas it's already being used quite extensively. In healthcare it will take years until the adoption picks up. So everyone is focused on being more on the careful side.
Super interesting. Thank you so much. We have 2 questions for Thomas as well. And I think the first question for you, Thomas, is what have you learned in creating the platform?
I have learned that it's okay to differ from the typical startup story because no story is written twice.
Thank you so much. And then the other question was, you decided, and I read this online, you decided to compensate, so to pay helpers.
Yeah.
What was inspired this decision?
So the motivation behind that was that I have recognized that the feeling of eternal gratitude, which is especially challenging for people that need a lot of help, goes away if you pay for the task that you need help with, and it also enables both parties to meet on eye level.
Okay, thank you so much. And then the final question for you, Albert. So we heard a lot, Kate Crawford talked about this extensively, the inherent negative externalities of large-scale AI. I see that you're trying to mitigate some of these by building models that use a little bit less compute. But my first question is, should we aspire to build large-scale AI at all, given its cost?
I think yes. I think it's not an option not doing it. It's the question, how can we do it efficiently, right? And for that we need science. For that we need open source also, to find out how we can do it better. And things are happening so quick in this industry that there are so many totally new potential ways to go that I totally believe that it will pay off also in terms of environmental topic and others which do have a negative impact at the moment on the other hand, but we can turn it into a very positive, I think. So
I have to also, full disclosure, I edited a book called Fake AI on AI hype and pseudoscience. And then maybe my final question to you is, you said what's missing is money. Isn't what's missing infrastructure, cloud computing? So even companies like Mistral AI, the moment they want to scale, they go to big tech.
Yeah. If we are doing, so money is also infrastructure, right? And that what is missing? On the one hand, we need the best scientists and the best people. That's missing because they are going to US. And on the other hand, we need, of course, infrastructure, and this means also money. We do not have infrastructure here in Europe in terms of chip capacity, which we can produce in here. So we have a topic which we have to solve the next 10 years. But we can build infrastructure and also use infrastructure if there is enough money. And is there enough money? Yes. So it's not the limiting factor.
Thank you so much. And as we promised, if you have further questions, you can join our speakers here and ask them anything that's on your mind. Now I need to grab my final notes to say, don't be shy, you can join them. Thank you so much for joining us today. We embarked on a journey or the purpose of today was we tried to retell the story of technological progress, not as something that is inevitable, but as something that is shaped by human decisions, by desires, by interests, but also by policy. Our goal was to challenge the notion that technology advances on a fixed path, and instead, we wanted to highlight initiatives that open up new directions and have the potential to reshape the digital landscape, and with it, social, economic, and political realities. Thank you so much. You can join us back tomorrow for the Studiotopia Day conference with a very fitting theme of hope. The question they will discuss tomorrow is, who will turn the tide? And the second day of the theme symposium brings together a series of experts, practitioners, creative minds who draw on practical examples to tackle the challenge of actively transforming the systems we live in and the technologies we use into more durable, greener versions for the future. Thank you so much. Please give an applause for all the speakers, the panelists, the artists, the technical staff, the curators, and anyone who helped to make this day happen. Thank you very much.